Okay, there we go. Hey everyone, thank you for coming to the live. You know, Thursdays is so I have Friday, Saturday off. So I always feel like it's Friday today. So I always say to my husband, usually on Thursdays, well, at least right, it's Thursday. And tomorrow's Valentine's Day, right? So
Yes,
happy Valentine's Day,
isn't it?
everyone. Yeah. So I totally forgot about that. And thanks, Annette. And thank you, everyone, for coming to the live here. You know what? I'm just going to, as we talk for a second, just to do this right now. YouTube always gives us 10 memberships to give out. I'm going to do 5, do it in 5s, usually twice a month here. So I'm going to do that quickly. So whoever gets one, let's see, membership gifting, gift 5 now. Let's see who gets those quickly. Let's see here. Mama of 5 got one. Let's see. Eberk got one. The Dirty Scoop, Tammy, and BJ Boop on there. So, yay. So for anyone that has that, you guys can use those Sebastian green hearts out there. Now, usually music plays for every 5 of those, and it's the Rick Roll one and stuff like that. Hi, Michelle Weddle. How are you? You're welcome, Mama 5. There. Let you down. Mm-hmm. Well, we all know that we desert Travis in a second, wouldn't we, Charmaine? In a second, in a heartbeat.
Never.
Yeah. Are you all excited to become in the 51st state? Oh, yeah. So looking forward to that. It's like never going to happen, but we're going to sell all our oil to China.
I'm in Alberta, so I have no comment.
Yeah. Yeah, all your oil.
Yeah, we're the black sheep of this big old red family.
Yeah. Paula's in the house. Melissa, she's sick. American Justice. So give Melissa some hugs. She has pneumonia going on over there. Sharon Parker, she always needs lots of hugs over there. She's always got something there going on because but the thing that keeps Sharon Parker living is these lives. Just saying. Right, Sharon? Is true. And Olivia's like, can I vote for all? Even the Cookie Monster? Hi, Night Shadow. How are you? Hi, wise old lady. This is a tongue twister. Oh, it's Bartman, XOXO, Harsh Time, 7711. I think there's one more. God, I desert you in a second too, Charmaine. Miss Holly 60. And don't forget to hit the like, you guys. Again, not for us, please do it for Sebastian, right? Just keep the awareness out there. That simple. So, anyways, hey everyone. Now, just quickly, Charmaine, are you doing anything special with Ian tomorrow?
No, I'm in Fox Creek.
Yeah, I know, but still, anything special? You know, I guess talk to him on, you know.
Not
What?
that I know of.
Okay.
Not that I
I know.
know of. We'll
I'm
see.
still just I was gonna say, if you guys are doing something special, let me know. I'm still trying to think what my husband, I'm gonna get him to do for me tomorrow. I think what I'm gonna do is go over to Shoppers Drug Mart over there because they always have really cute things. And then when he comes home from work, his computer desk will all be plastered with lovey-dovey stuff and chocolates. He's British, you guys, if you didn't know, but he loves his chocolate. Loves chocolate. Loves. Yeah. Me, just don't buy me flowers. I just don't like flowers. I love flowers to look at, but don't buy me any. It's a waste of money. Give me something that I really want. So I'm not really
Yeah,
a flower person that way. Like, they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. They increase the prices just for Valentine's Day. Don't get me wrong, and stuff
I
like
sure
that. But
do.
yeah, the cats are just going to eat them anyway. But they're just a waste of
Mhm.
money. Okay. Um, so I do want to say this quickly, and we'll um stop the screen for. Whoops. Hi, Charmaine. Sometimes when I have it that way. So we'll quickly, you guys. Obviously, 8 years ago today, Abby and Libby from the Delphi case had gone, missing, and then they were found on February 14th. So today marks the 8 years that Abby and Libby had gone missing, and it's a case that this channel had followed because this channel wasn't up when it in 2017, um, but since 2020. And obviously, Richard Allen was convicted, and there's an appeal and whatever going on with that case. For me personally, I'm satisfied with how Delphi is. If it changes and something ever happens, but I'm satisfied with the verdict. I'm satisfied for myself that we followed the case, and it was a very draining case. Charmaine, we'll just watch this for a second, and then I'll get you to say something what you want to say about the Delphi case, or anybody else in chat as well. Oh, I love recess cups. Yeah. But we'll just watch this really quick here. It's like a minute and 19.
8 years since Libby German and Abby Williams were murdered in Delphi, Indiana. Now, this case has garnered national attention when they were reported missing in February 13th of 2017. After a massive search, police discovered their bodies just a day later near the Monon High Bridge. The girls had been stabbed to death. Police and the FBI tracked down lead after lead, releasing sketches, audio, and video from the crime scene. Then, in October of 2022, police arrested then 50-year-old Richard Allen for the girls' murders. Just last year, a jury found him guilty of the murders, and a judge sentenced him to 130 years in prison. In just the past month, Allen and his defense team have filed a motion to correct errors, citing inaccuracies in the case and false evidence used in court. Our 13 Investigates team is now tracking these filings and the possibility of Allen appealing his conviction. Now, we have all of our coverage of this case for you online. It covers everything from remembering Libby and Abby to the most recent court filings.
Okay, well, that's good enough for that part. There's the QR code, I suppose, eh? Let me just put that back though, at least to their poor little girls' faces on there. Okay, so for you, Charmaine, Delphi, just whatever you want to say with Delphi, because it's 8 years, any deep thoughts going on?
8 years is it's mind blowing to me that it's been 8 years, and every year on the 13th, I always try to think about the families and what they were going through 8 years at this time, like on the 13th, and they must have been going through hell, wondering where the girls were. I can't relate, thankfully, but my heart is with them. And as for the case, the appeal is his right. It's going to happen. Whether he wins or not is up in the air. What I wish and what I was hoping, no matter what the verdict was, is that people, you have to be, you can't have, if you think in a vacuum, then you're never going to, I don't even know how to put what I want to say. There are always two sides to everything. And if you can't discuss like an adult, somebody with an opposing opinion than you shouldn't be talking on a public forum. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't listen and respect somebody else's opinion, I'm not talking about the crazies. I'm not talking about the people that have lost their minds with this. But I'm talking about people that present their opinions in a respectful way. They're not attacking anybody, but then you have other people in chat attacking that person just because they don't believe the same thing.
Have you been
Yesterday,
watching that?
I was watching.
Yeah. Okay.
No, well, I've been distancing myself. And yesterday I watched Tom Webster, obviously, and he had Cryptex on there who obviously has different opinions. And I'm a moderator in the chat, and it took a lot for me to not block some people, because they were having a perfectly respectful conversation, and Tom was answering questions for him. But there were people in the chat that were, saying, well, I can't even listen to this. This is ridiculous. And they weren't saying anything disrespectful or arguing or having any kind of heated debate. They were having a conversation. But there are people out there that just don't even want to hear an opposing view. And if that's how you live your life, like, I feel sorry for you. I really do. And as far as Abby and Libby go, they got justice. But to see the whole thing through to the end of the appeal, that's just part of the process. And you have to be able to suck it up and realize he's not doing that to the families. He's doing that because it's his right to do it. And the motion to correct errors is just standard. It's just standard. The stuff that was in it, not so standard. And you can think what you want about it, but it is what it is. It's part of the process, and it's his right to do it. I mean, eventually that process will run itself out, and he probably, and hopefully the case will go away peacefully, and people can stop hating on each other on something that really has no impact on your day-to-day life. Living your life in a vacuum and not having an open mind is just, like I said, I don't know how to put it into words what I'm actually thinking, and I hope that didn't come across as disrespectful, but I just wish people would stop fighting and arguing over this case that's done. The appeal is different. It's separate. He has the right to do what he's doing.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to say. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby, and I hope the families are doing okay with everything.
Yeah. And again, for me, I definitely distanced myself from the case because I have completed what I set out to do with this case. I personally am happy with the verdict, always willing to look at both sides of it, as always, and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's, it's kind of somewhat reminding me of the Sebastian case too going on, Charmaine. It's like, Cluminati, whatever, played my video. Nasty mouth, that girl. I mean, but hey, it's her thing, but those are the typical channels that will end up finding themselves without a channel. If that's how they run their channel, in a sense, because there's somebody down the road that's going to copyright strike them or something, or just whatever. I personally won't do that, regardless, but it's like, you could have just showed my video. If you wanted to say some things about me, go ahead. But just the sheer ignorance of how it was done, it's just like so pathetic that the creators literally have to attack because maybe I it's not because I just wanted to dislike Chris and Katie, but you obviously know that there's like these two sides there as well, you know, and it's almost like you just get attacked. Like everyone, like little ants in our channel is just like, oh, like little ants just following along what she's saying. Yeah. Oh, can't stand her voice, blah blah blah. As Clementati's like, can't stand that bitch. Like me and her can never be friends. Lady, I would never want to be a friend with the likes of you at the end of the day. But you know what? Again, she has her channel, she runs it, whatever. But it's just like, do you have to be so disrespectful? Because we can all have our differences of opinions. Because there's channels out there that, yeah, like I don't disagree with, but I don't go around, slashing on Cluminati. In fact, I've kept it to a very minimum because I know that, at the start I had watched her and stuff like that. But meaning watching the attacks go on between the creators, because of this side or that side, kind of like Abby and Libby, again, it's almost like people just can't be adults. A lot of people just can't be adults and just, it's like said, behind a keyboard, they're just little warriors out there, just tapping along, insulting, being a creator, just constantly. Some creators just literally do lives just to attack other creators. And it's just like so pathetic, to sit there and just keep like that's what the live is about, is how much can we talk, how much can we swear about the person that so the interview that they're taking over, right? So they're literally shitting on the creator as they steal their work,
Right.
Anyways, but yes, it's like ants at a picnic. But anyways, again, I get what you're saying, Charmaine. Absolutely. I seen that Tom was doing a live on that. I purposely didn't go watch it because I'm just not invested in the Delphi case. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. Richard Allen was found guilty. I'm trusting that justice prevailed for sure, and that the 12 jury members looked at everything, and I'm satisfied. Like I said, from the start of Delphi, it morphed into an entity of its own, to be honest with you. There's some cases out there like Fallow and Delphi case that really, Summer Wells, even this one's getting that way, has been that way, getting that way even more so. They're just very toxic cases and stuff like that. And it's too, take my work, use it, but you really need to bash me the whole way through it. Hey, if that's what makes you build you up, to bring others down, so be it. I personally don't like listening to someone swear every second word, all the time, but whatever. Like I said, it's their gig. Just, do you have to sit there and just bash, right? Just listen to it, say your thoughts. Okay, if you don't ever want to be my best friend, don't worry about it. I'm going to live at the end of the day.
It's
I'm
just
still going to move on.
To me, it's the caliber of the character of the person. And, it's a shame that there are people out there that think it's funny, that follow along without having their own opinion. Maybe they've never taken time to go watch other creators. And this was my problem with Delphi when I was having my little meltdown there. It wasn't whether the person was right or wrong. It was how they were presenting the information, like it was fact, when none of the information was supposed to be out in the public. Whether it's fact or not, you're not supposed to be saying it. And now you've got your entire following spreading this tripe as though it's fact, and you think you're so much better than people that are saying stuff on the other side of the fence. They're doing the exact same thing. But the only difference is they don't have tens of thousands of followers sharing your videos every day. I mean, I lost my mind for a while there with Delphi. And I mean, that situation right there taught me that it's really nothing to me. It's nothing to me. I hoped for the best for Abby and Libby. I wanted Richard Allen to have a fair trial. I wished law enforcement was less of a fuck up. But at the end of the day, it meant once the verdict was done and I got over my thoughts and, I discussed it with a few people, that was it. Like, I moved on. I went back to my podcasting and, tried my best to keep up with Sebastian's case. But to tell you the honest truth, to me, this is so much worse than Delphi was. There was never a point in Delphi where I didn't want to watch any more crap, because in Delphi, I never knew what little piece of crap could have a speck of truth in it. This case is like everybody's coming out of the woodwork just to say and be part of the online sleuthing community, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, I agree.
To the point where I'm just like,
I know, I know. You know, it's just because I think, and people that understand this know that, you know, when you're out there and you're just trying to be, you know, like a decent human, adult-like and stuff like that, you know, and you're trying to put yourself into the care side of cases and do it for those purposes, you know, and then, like you said, it's hard to watch all this anger towards others, all this, you know, towards other creators, all this fighting, all this ridiculous stuff, all this false information, you know, and it just boggles your head. Well, what boggles my head, I would say, is watching these creators get thousands of views and followers off of shit creating, is what I will call that. Just literally, the lives are about bashing. They're not really about Sebastian and bringing awareness. They're more about, you know, like, how can we, you know, trash on another channel? I mean, I don't even want to get into it because, like I said, the drama part, it's just, I would be embarrassed myself as a human to even host a channel like that. I know, each to their own, but it's just hard to watch when you're just trying to be like a solid person in life, you know, and do things for the purpose of the caring aspect, never for your own, you know, self intentions, in a sense. Like, and that's what probably bugs me, but I know that there's nothing we can do about that, but because it's up to the people that watch and they're the ones that view it and stuff like that. It's not going to change, but it's just very hard to look at, to watch, especially people take advantage of cases like Sebastian or Delphi. Like in this case here, we have saw quite a few people come out of the woodwork, and they're coming out of the woodwork because it's bringing them views. They know that this case, and if they create some sort of drama to it and it's given them the views and clicks, I've watched a ton of people start popping up with it and stuff like. Anyways, we can digress on that one, because it is what it is. Only can control what we do here at the end of the day, you know. But still, as a whole, as a world, I just feel very saddened by online, especially how people just hide behind a computer board and just say the cruelest, meanest things, you know, and stuff like that. Whatever, as long as you're living a good life, you know, as long as you know you're living a good life. So just to move forward from that, this case here, I caught, and I was just going to play it for a minute. We'll get into Sebastian in a few.
Today's letter is P for Pulegone. Pulegone gives some vapes their minty flavor. It's also a known irritant found to cause cancer in
Amber alert for a pregnant 16-year-old Fran Beaver Dam that expands multiple states now has added another state to the investigation. It comes as Sophia's mother is releasing new details about her mannerisms in an effort to find her. In the first alert update, Samantha Cavalli joins us live in the Fox Valley newsroom with the latest details on that. Samantha.
Right, Bill. Just hours ago, the Missouri State Highway Patrol has activated the Amber Alert in the central part of the state. Based on that report, it's believed that the two were spotted in Missouri and may be heading to an unknown location down in Arkansas. Now, it's contained to 7 counties northwest of Jefferson City. In their release, the Missouri State Highway Patrol saying the vehicle was seen heading south and urged people not to approach and to call authorities immediately. Now, as we've reported, Sophia was last seen at her residence at 9 p.m. on February 2nd. She is believed to be with 40-year-old Gary Day, who was last seen at her home on February 3rd. Sophia is 3 months pregnant, and authorities say Day is known to be the father. Now, Sophia's mother sending out more information this afternoon, as well as new photos, in hopes that it will help in the search for her daughter. Sophia is wearing glasses in this photo that was taken the night before February 2nd, so February 1st at dinner. Now, it does not look like she is pregnant right now. That's according to her mother. She has also been dealing with hives on her arms, legs, and even her face. Her eye makes an involuntary movement when she chews, and her mother says Sophia also struggles with morning sickness and is wearing a rose gold ring with a pink heart-shaped gem on her left hand. That information comes in addition to the original Amber Alert, stating Sophia is 5'9", about 186 pounds, with brown hair and blue eyes. The two are believed to be traveling in a 2014 black Buick LaCrosse. It's been seen with various license plates from Arkansas and Pennsylvania. If you have any information about this alert, you can contact the Beaver Dam Police Department at the number on your screen. That's 888-304-3936. The FBI is also involved in the search, saying in a statement today, quote, the FBI is assisting local law enforcement officials in the Beaver Dam investigation. Now, the FBI routinely offers assistance to our law enforcement partners to provide additional manpower and specialized resources if they become necessary, end quote. Now, criminal charges have been filed in Dodge County, Wisconsin, against Gary Day, 2 counts of child enticement and 2 counts of child abduction. There's also a warrant out for his arrest.
Okay, good enough on that one. This is where I just find this so sick, that these freaking pedos, right? 40 years old. She's what, 14? I think they said 14. They've taken off. They're trying to find her. You know, they extended the Amber Alert, you know, and she's pregnant with his kid. And this is what sickens me. Just pedos in general. To sit there and, you know, like you have the 14-year-old who's obviously, you know what I mean? You know how they...
It's troubling to me.
It's so troubling.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's troubling kind of one of these things. Go ahead.
To me, that grandma...
You froze. You're frozen. You're frozen.
Yeah, I know.
Charmaine's Wi-Fi was the greatest today, but...
Yeah, it's troubling to me that grandma seems to know.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole
anyway,
thing. Well,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with the internet, but just that grandma knows, like, and suspects that this 40-year-old is the father of the child, so of the baby. So, I mean, what is he doing still allowed around the kid, like legally? You know, why wouldn't you seek legal help from the police or something? Because maybe she wanted to see him, maybe he wanted to see her, but if grandma knows and it's a crime, then grandma, in my opinion, should have stepped in, and maybe she did, and the police didn't do anything about it. Like, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like the day that she went missing, apparently her sister saw his vehicle at the end of the block, and then when she went to go look for her sister, she was gone. He apparently ran up to the back side of the home, and then whatever, Sophia went off with him. But it's just, you know, I always feel so bad because you got the 14-year-old who doesn't know life yet, and you know, lots of times, especially if they're of an introvert and they're just yearning for some sort of acceptance and affection of some kind, and then what happens, right? Like the narcissists that stick to the, you know, the good people, same thing. They just freaking attach, right? And then these 14-year-olds, like someone's giving them, you know, all this attention and saying how pretty they are, and you know, they start believing all that crap coming out of the mouth of this pedophile, that's 40 years old. And then it's like this, like you said, you got the sicko, and it's like the 14-year-old who's looking for whatever she's needing in her life, and they go into these chats. And of course, those pedos are there like little fucking leeches just waiting for their victim, but the 14-year-old is truly believing that this pedo truly loves her and this and that, and that, it's all good. Doesn't matter about the age, like Grammy, I love him type of thing, and then they do stuff like this where they, take off with this person that, like I said, that sits there and lurks to find situations like this, so you have the young innocent versus the adult freaking pedo predo on there. And it's just sickening. It literally is sickening to think that if hi case by case.
I think though, the more that I think about it, there must have been some kind of worry there for grandma to report her missing if she left on like with him. Like she wanted to. Grandma maybe did do something.
I don't know. All I know is that I truly hope that she's found soon, and he's behind bars where exactly he belongs, a sick, twisted MFer, but I don't know enough about the story. I just was watching it on Nancy Grace, and I only got through half of it, and it just grabbed my attention because it's like, now, just for the sake of putting it out there, because obviously they're trying to find where she is, so that they can bring her back home out of the pedo's arms there and stuff like that. And it's always because of the internet that we can make things happen just like lightning, when it comes to spreading cases and awareness and stuff like that. And so I don't, unless they're hiding off in the woods somewhere, I won't give them too long if they're kind of still staying in the towns or whatever. They'll probably be longer if they're out in the woods somewhere. Obviously they got to eat and do certain things, so we'll see. In case, I'm just going to keep up on there. Now, moving on to this one. So a couple days, you guys know this, and I actually totally forgot to bring it up on a live a couple days. So skeletal remains were found in Cumberland and in Tennessee. So Charmaine, did you see this already, Charmaine? Skeletal remains were discovered near Mount Roosevelt Wildlife Area in the Cumberland County there.
No.
Okay, so basically,
no, I didn't. And Melissa, it's my internet.
Yeah, her internet's not that great right now, guys. Yeah, we'll see if it stays a little bit stable or not. There's a girl in my granddaughter's 6th grade class that is pregnant. Right. When I was with Dion, even though they were of the same age, she was pregnant at 14. Dana was 14, 14 and pregnant. Dang. That's just, mind you, it's one of no. Okay. Yeah. It's one of those things that, you can look at it like, well, that kid's gonna, be out of the penthouse early while you're still young. But imagine being 14, right? In school. Crazy. Freaking close those legs, girls, on there. But anyways, the skeletal remains are still, we haven't seen an update on it, but there was skeletal remains found. The sheriff announced the discovery of the remains on Tuesday and said that they were found on Saturday, February 8th, Westall Road near Rocky Point Airport at the edge of Cumberland County. So basically it's like a wildlife park, is what it is. Deputies were sent to the scene and were met by agents. The remains were collected for further study. Cumberland police detectives, TBI, working together to identify the remains. So basically it's a bunch of people, regardless, just hoping and praying that it's not Sebastian, but I can't think of the words that were used, but there was some weird words used in this one article, that how the body was discovered. Something, what was it, you guys? Like almost like dangling, like dangling, but yet they use the word earthly. So it was almost like you were picturing someone off of the ground, because it's almost like their body was, I wish I remembered those words exactly, but it's kind of like you picture them up on a rock hanging over, type of thing. But then the other sentence was earthly concaves, I think it was. What does that mean? Earthly concaves? I don't know. Anyways, so just so you know,
it's the terrain.
And maybe, yeah, that, but the way it was expressed was almost like someone's body that was kind of like dangling, in a sense. But Paris said it's not Sebastian, but a lot of people are kind of course, waiting to see the results of that. Okay.
Who said it wasn't Sebastian?
Pardon?
Who said it wasn't Sebastian?
No one said it's not Sebastian. We're praying that it's not Sebastian. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So,
how far away is this from where he lived?
I totally looked it up and I forgot. Does anyone remember? It's in Tennessee, there in Cumberland. So it's not too far. Couldn't be too far. Was it like 30 minutes, you guys, or something like that? 2 hours?
Time?
Thank you. 2 hours. Pardon? 2 hours, that's right.
Drive time, though, or
drive time?
Walking distance?
No, drive time. Yeah, it was drive time on there. Okay. So now we're going to get into Sebastian. Now, Smiley's World, as you guys know, has another channel that she created called 5D. And I just happened to click on this. And this is off of J for Justice's channel, okay? And most of you guys should know who J for Justice is. And if you don't, J for Justice. I personally got really upset listening to this video because of the live that we did, that Charmaine didn't watch, but me and Melissa did the live on it, about the pressure washer being called an artard, just the CPS report, about Sebastian sleeping in the garage because he was a pissy pants, and the CPS coming out there because of that incident, and just all the things that would humiliate a kid. The fighter pilot, retired fighter pilot, had talked about how the Proudfoots, I think, I want to say for some reason, mostly Christopher, because, they never really talked about Katie as much as they kept talking about Christopher and him being, just very vocal, Mr. Know-It-All, basically, that this fighter pilot could never be a friend to someone like Christopher Proudfoot because he's basically just, full of himself, has to be right, yelling his voice, blah, blah, blah. The neighborhood didn't even want to invite them to the things that they had. And it's not shocking, right? By what we see, it's really not shocking. So then when I was listening to this one, and you guys might have as well, but I wanted me and Charmaine to go over it since Melissa's sick, so she can't join us. So I sent this to Charmaine, and Charmaine, what did you say to me? What did you say?
Like the exact quote? Like
I don't have to be the exact quote, but
I don't know. I'm just so. Who is this guy? And has anybody proved that he is who he says he is, and he has this relationship with Terry? And we already know that Christopher is not a great person. We already know that the Bowersox are shady AF. But why did this guy come out? And if he's so bad, or if they're all so bad, then why is this guy okay with coming out and saying it in public? Isn't he scared of retaliation if some of the things that he's saying in here are true and they're capable of doing that kind of stuff? Wouldn't you be a little bit more worried about yourself? I just have a problem with people jumping in to these cases. And did we vet him, Jay for Justice? Do we know that he is who he says he is?
So, Melissa, did I? One second. Did I just send
I said a lot.
What? See, this is.
I said a lot, and I don't remember exactly what I said, other than.
Charmaine, can you forward Melissa the link for the live? Because my computer probably needs to get a good frickin' shutdown and reboot, because sometimes Messenger just screws up. It's like you send a message and it acts like you didn't even send a message. If you could just forward her the link that I sent you, right? And for me personally, I was even more pissed when I watched this, because a lot of us, we know that we can't sit here and say that Chris and Katie are guilty 100%. We can think what we want and you can say what you want, but at the end of the day, I couldn't sit here and personally say that Katie's guilty or they're not guilty in a sense. But do I lean towards them? Yes. Why? Because out of all of this case, there's nothing right to me about how they're acting. It goes against the grain of what's natural, right? When somebody goes missing, how parents act, and the things that they do, actions and words need to match each other. And when they don't, we all can't be that stupid. I mean, trust me, there are people out there, and I'm not talking about the ones that are like on the Christopher Proudfoot side and blah, 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 blah. But I mean, can this many people get the same gut feeling, get the same weird thing? And I'm talking about, like I said, a lot of good channels out there, that are the Lore Lodge or the Deception Detective. Chris McDonough, stuff like that. Like, we're talking about, people that, when you watch them, they're not trying to make a drama channel. They're just trying to give their input, because maybe they're a police officer like Chris McDonough, that's worked in crime scenes and blah, 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 blah. But can this many people be so wrong about what they're feeling and seeing when it comes to Christopher Proudfoot and Katie and their reactions of it? Yeah, no problem, Melissa.
But it's different, though.
Pardon?
It's different, though, because there are neighbors and there are people that know him who live there.
Yeah.
Who have seen and heard these things. That's different than, and maybe I'm wrong, but to me, it's different than bringing a guy up who said that he worked back in the day with Terry Bowersox, and then we're taking everything that he has to say on its face, and then we're actually, because this was done 10 months ago, and then after I watched it, I noticed there were other creators that went over it and did it again. Jay for Justice's live stream, they played it again. So we're going to take that and we're going to run with it. And that's why I was asking you, did anybody vet this guy? Do we know?
Well, in saying that, now we're going to play it because at the end of the day, Jay for Justice, like he said he was going to email her, but it's no different than us playing okay. So usually the difference is, I would say, and hey, Melissa, 1 second. Usually the difference is, I would say, is that typically when we're watching somebody else's channel, it's because of Christopher's on it or Seth's on it. Now, for me personally, my vibe when I listened to the guy myself, do I believe he was telling the truth? Yeah, actually. He said, I don't, like he even actually said where he was working right now. And then Jay for Justice is like, no, I don't need to know where you're working right now. And then he goes, oh, okay. And then he's like, something like about CNI or something like that they worked at the same place and stuff like that. It's not that I felt like this was overly far-fetched at all, like, or maybe a little bit embellished, perhaps, but I didn't feel like there was anything different than what we didn't kind of know in a sense, but feeling like it was more a side of the Terry Bowersock. So it's on. So Jay for Justice would know if she vetted him or not, because he said that he phoned in right during the live. And right. So he didn't want to talk about a lot of Christopher Proudfoot stuff because he just didn't feel like it was fair, because he's not, say, guilty, but yet he had information that he wanted to share, but he wanted to do that part by email. And so when I look at the whole of how this person was talking, acting, whatever, would I put some credibility into this person? Actually, yes, I would. Like, meaning I'll take it with a grain of salt for sure, but does it, epitomize what we already know in a sense about the Bowersocks? And I think it truly does. And I think that there's a lot to be said from what this fellow worker of Terry's, because it's not like he was going off and off in these directions. It was basically about the personalities, right, of Terry, and how he's mentioned a little bit about Terry's wife, Kathy, and that, but it was mostly really about the personalities of it all and his own personal thoughts of if he thought that the Proudfoots had something to do with it. Now, Charmaine, on JLR, there was someone that had, wanted to talk to JLR. Or no, sorry. He was in a restaurant and this lady paid for the dinner for him when he was with Magnolia. Now, this friend of the Proudfoots had known them for a long time, according to JLR, said that they known the Proudfoots for a long time and that they actually couldn't believe what they thought they knew to what was being uncovered, because of the case of Sebastian missing. All the skeletons in the closet, that on the surface that you see this, these good people. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you realize that there's these CPS reports coming out, and stuff like that. And the woman said basically like, just keep digging to JLR. And this is someone that actually knew, like was a good friend of the Proudfoots, but had no clue of this skeletons in the closet type of stuff that was being shed to light through this case, crazy. Hi, Ginger's girl. Hi, Melissa.
But how do you not know if you're a friend?
Oh,
if you're a friend and he's so openly Chris Proudfoot, how do you not know? My brain goes in a different way, because how do you not know that, maybe not about CPS, but about their mannerisms and the way they treat people? If you're such good friends with them, he's obviously not shy about being who he is. Do you know what I'm saying? So my brain, I'm just too skeptical, I think, of everybody and everything.
Yeah, but that's okay, because like I said, if everyone thought the same, and that would be pretty darn ass boring. We always need to hear that, a couple of sides of thinking like that, of course, right? You are very skeptical. Mm-hmm. You're more skeptical than I am. Like, I'm skeptical, but even you're more so. Again, I get it for sure. Now, hold on. Let's go back down to Melissa. Melissa, what was your thought? Did you watch it?
I'm kind of like Charmaine. I'm really skeptical, and it's like, for me, the guy was talking about the Bowersox. Well, the Bowersox aren't this case. I want to know more about Chris and Katie and what they did. And, you can't be, for me, I don't see how you can be friends with somebody and not know that they have a stepson and not know how they treat their family. Like, how are you close friends with somebody? Like, my close friends know my family. Like,
who are you talking about?
You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to wrap my head around them not knowing.
Who are you talking about?
The lady that bought JLR dinner and she told him, keep digging. Like, did she not realize how they treated Sebastian? How do you not know if you're that close of a friend? How do you not know how they're treating Sebastian?
Oh, I think that's, I don't find that abnormal. There's tons of people out there that you would never know. Even someone that you could know. You would never know if it's not like maybe the neighbors know because they're living around him, right? So they get to see when he's outside and stuff like that, or hear his voice yelling. But this person doesn't live next door. Nah.
I think what my point is, and I think maybe Melissa too, is that like my ex was the same as Christopher Proudfoot, but he was like that in his day-to-day life, but he always treated us really, really well when we were around other people. When I finally left and was able to talk my story, people were shocked about what was going on behind closed doors. They knew he was an asshole. They knew he was a redneck, racist, extremist. They knew all of that. They just thought that he treated us and protected us.
Well,
and they were shocked. But not one of them said, well, he's always been a super great guy. You know what I mean? Like, they knew.
Yeah. Well, but I can sit here and say that I was abused for 11 years and nobody knew it because I didn't say anything. And my mom was in shock till the day she died. She would always bring it up going, you never ever said anything. Nobody ever thought that Dion was this abuser person because I didn't say anything. And the way he acted when other people was around was different. So it goes two ways because there's tons of people out there that literally you would never know what is truly going on behind their closed doors. So I get what you're saying, because usually that leopard shows its spots, type of thing. But I mean, we're only talking about a tad of what JLR said, of what this lady said. She could have said more to him. She could have said more about Christopher Proudfoot. He just gave us the gist of what was said. So this lady might, for instance, know the Proudfoots and think that Chris is an overbearing jerk, but JLR is only reporting that little bit that he told us, right? So we don't truly know her actual feelings about it. But meaning, as for, I think the CPS reports, that type of dirt that was coming out, and Nina's interview, like those would be shell shockers, because you're not going to sit there and go, oh, well, Christopher has this. It's not so much, I don't think, about his personality as much as it is the information that came out, right? About with Nina and the abuse that she was talking about with her kids and the CPS reports, So that's where she was.
My ex-husband called CPS when I had my kids. And he said I was neglecting them and abusing them and all this other crap. And CVS came out to the house and they looked at my kids and they looked at me and they looked through the house and they did their normal thing that they do. And they said, oh, it's unfounded. Don't worry about it. You're doing fine. The kids are great. He's just basically out for revenge. Yeah. My first phone call was to my friend, to my best friend. Hey, this mother done called CPS on me. Like, I told somebody, like, how good of friends are you if they're not, if you want to say you guys are really good friends, like, for me, how are they not seeing what's going on? I'm not talking necessarily all the abuse, but they had to have some kind of inkling.
Heck no, I don't agree on that. I just don't. Because like I said, unless you're really, really close to them, like really, really close, but so you can know someone for a long time, doesn't mean you go visit them, every week and stuff like that. But I don't see that. I mean, because I think it's because in my head, Melissa, I think that I've known of too many people in real and on watching the documentaries, and stuff like that, where they're just clueless. They had no idea that something was going on like this behind closed doors, right? Because, when somebody else is in the picture, it's totally different. And there's skeletons in people's closet that even probably like a lot of times even the best friend might know. They might know of the personality, but they're not going to know of all the deep dark secrets of them. And I just don't see that. Like, I'm trying to see it from both ways, but I just don't think that it's realistic to think that even if this lady was good for like, or, knew the Proudfoots for a long time, that she would have seen any of that stuff. She might have seen that maybe Chris is overbearing and a loudmouth and a narcissist or something, but that doesn't mean that she saw that Sebastian was scared perhaps of him or not, because we just don't know, regardless about their life and how they portrayed it to other people, besides Christopher Proudfoot coming off as a narcissistic, loudmouth, basically. So I disagree with thinking that how did they not know? Because I just think that so many times there's people have the darkest, deepest secrets. And we see those cases all the time. Doctors committing murders, dentists,
I'm not saying that they had to know it all, but how did they not have an inkling of Christopher Proudfoot's a jackass? And you know what I mean? Like, that's the part that gets me. And ES said, I don't think they said they were good friends. They knew them for a long time. And if that's what was said, that they just knew them for a long time, I can totally understand.
I think that I would have to go back because I might have misstated that when I said, I think they said that they were good friends, not best friends, good friends for a long time. That they knew them for a long time. Well, I'd have to go back and listen to JLR actually for those wording. And I actually just closed off that thing. But either or, regardless, again, this lady, whatever, said that she knew them for a long time. But again, she's stating to JLR regardless that she didn't know that any of this stuff existed. And it's not about the personality. Again, it's about CPS reports. Nobody's going to sit there and say, you know what, by the way, I got CPS stuff I need to tell you about. No one's going to know that information unless you think Chris is going to brag about it to somebody. Well, I mean, he ended up having to come out and talk about it because he was getting called out on it. He didn't have to talk about it, really. He just could have ignored it. But no, he chose to keep opening up his mouth. And, the thing with this is, like, when a case like this happens, all the dirt comes out of everything pretty much that somebody has that they might have had private that nobody knew about, like the neighbors, right? They knew that he was a loud mouth. They knew that maybe they saw Sebastian getting sprayed with a pressure washer and thought he's a effing jerk of a, guy type of thing. But nobody had, say, any idea about Nina or the CPS reports unless unless they were family, perhaps, which obviously would have. But yeah.
Sharon's got a good point. Even Seth didn't know. So, maybe I'm wrong then in my assumption, because even Seth didn't know to what extent things were happening. So, I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's just it. Sebastian never said anything to him, Seth said. When he was asked that, like, Sebastian had never said anything to him. And in my head, I'm just like, because, usually when a child is unhappy and whatever, they'd be like, Dad, I want to come live with you. And they usually would tell you the reason. But Seth said that Sebastian never said anything. Anyways, let's play a little bit out and then we can stop and talk about it regardless, okay? On there? Yeah? Cool with that? Okay.
Yep, let's play.
Okay. And we'll just listen to it. And
Proudfoot is using a sound box on YouTube, so you never can be too sure.
It wouldn't surprise me, but then I don't want to cuss because I don't know how your show goes. But
no, you're okay. You can say pretty much whatever you want.
They're definitely a bunch of weird individuals. Let's just say that.
Weird how?
And now, I don't want to say that he was being serious, but when speaking about Nina, I mean, he's mentioned before about, like, paying someone to rid her,
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that was serious or just joking around. I can't say for sure. I don't know. But that was mentioned.
He talked about paying someone to off her?
Like, people will say that when they're angry. I know I've said it before about my ex-wife, I would rather pay this than to go through a divorce with her and her get half of my shit.
Sure. People say that.
Can I just say that my ex-husband said that to me? He goes, I might as well just kill you because I get out sooner than whatever. And I'm just like, really? It's amazing how many men say that shit, on there.
Can I ask, what is a sound box?
Pardon? A sound box?
What's a sound box? Yeah.
I think it was a voice changer.
I think it just changes your voice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think they were saying that about Christopher. Now, by the way, they are. It's not Christopher Proudfoot that he's talking about. He's talking about Terry Bowersox, because even Jay gets confused and is like, "Are you talking about Christopher?" But it was Terry Bowersox that made that comment. Now, think about this too. This guy already at the start, I like the fact that he says, I don't know if it was a joke or not, because even I've said it, but it was a joke. But I know that he's saying it because of the perception of what he knows about the Bowersox. But I do like the fact that he admits himself that he has said it, and come out saying that, like, well, I've said it, just jokingly, of course. So I don't know if Terry was joking, but think about JLR. When JLR was following, Terry Bowersox when he left the Proudfoot home, Terry Bowersox got out of the vehicle, like literally got out of the vehicle, as if to be like, hey, you got a problem? So it's not shocking me that what this guy is saying is matching the personality, just like it's not shocking me about Christopher Proudfoot and stuff like that. So that part's not shocking me. It's as we get into it, like I said, it's just the things that, say, Terry has said, and it just really matches, I think, everything that we know about Christopher Proudfoot. Anyway, we'll just keep watching. Okay. I was going to get ahead of myself and say stuff that was already
just in anger, just spouting off. But are you saying that Chris said that, or Mr. Bowersox?
Terry said that.
Terry said that.
Terry said that
about Nina.
And there's multiple witnesses.
Wow.
Because everyone there, someone started a joke with him. Instead of calling them Bowersox, they call them Powered by Cops. And that's honestly what he seemed like, rather than a family man to us. And there's no judgment there.
Power by Cops? You think they're that infiltrated?
No, not cops. COCKS.
Oh, Cox. I thought you said cops. Powered by Cox. I got you. Okay. I thought you said cops. I was like, I'm getting all these rumors on YouTube mixed up because people are saying they're infiltrated with law enforcement.
They're very tight there as well.
They are tight?
Yes.
Huh. How so? Like, do you know the exact relation that makes them tight? Because I haven't heard anything definitively.
No, I'm not sure. I can call a friend of mine that still works up there, and I'm sure he would probably know, but I know there used to be one, I don't know if it was lieutenant, sergeant, that would come by once or twice a week, and him and Terry would sit in the office and maybe 30 minutes every time he come in.
And what were you working at? You were working at Champion, which is what? Motorhomes?
No, that's where I work now.
Oh, well, don't tell us where you work now. No one needs to know that.
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
Well, I don't want anything to happen. People are crazy. You worked with him at your previous job then?
Yeah, he used to be MCI. New Flyer brought him out
You what?
I said it used to be MCI. New Flyer bought them out.
Oh, okay. And what did Mr. Bowersox do there?
He was more of like an office guy, but he would come out into our area, lunch, and just BS around and talk. I mean, he was a pretty friendly guy, but he was just weird in his own way. Like, he seems like the type that would go crazy and mental and shoot the damn business up.
Damn, those are some pretty strong feelings there.
I mean, I'm just being straight up 100% with you. And I mean, I had a conversation with a buddy of mine that, worked there as well. And he said, as soon as I was telling him the situation, he knew nothing about it. He said, that son of a bitch had something to do with it. I said, oh, I know.
So you knew about the situation with Nina and her baby with Chris?
I didn't know much about it until, he would mouth off about it, and then whenever I started watching, the stuff about Sebastian, and I heard her talking about him, I was like, she has to be the one. Mm-hmm. Because that's the only one I know of in that time. That's the only kid that I know of in that time frame.
I've got someone in chat, I think that's addressing you, Matt. Their name in here is Subaru Steve. And they said, no, 45 years married, never said such a thing, Matt. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm going to quickly fast forward this part, because what happens is this person makes a comment and then it plays, they're talking about it for a couple of minutes, but basically the person says, I've been married for 45 years. And the comment that he was referring to is basically, I've never ever made that joke about my wife. Mind you, obviously the guy that's talking, Matt, was talking about during a divorce, not a happily married 45-year-old that's never said that joke about his wife. So that's what it was referring to. So Jay for Justice and Matt were actually kind of getting confused because they weren't sure what that comment had meant at the moment. So I'm just going to go past that, I think, a little bit here.
Such a thing, Matt.
I mean, I've said that.
He's saying he never said that about his wife, I guess.
I never said Steve's the one that said that. I said, someone there made that, used that for him. And I said, he seems like that type of guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you're just giving your personal opinion with...
I never brought Steve or any... I don't know what he's referring to there.
Oh, Steve is saying he's been married 45 years and he's never said...
No, we had conversations. I've met him, I would say, I wouldn't say over 10 times, but I mean, I've met, and I can say this, they're all pompous assholes. Mm-hmm. Every one of them.
Are they drinkers?
Are they what?
Are they drinkers? Do they like to drink and have fun? I mean, they look like they like to go on a lot of vacations. So do they like to
would drink wine and stuff, at the parties, but as far as, outside of that, I don't know.
So they, I mean, other than being weird, I mean, I guess I'm looking for more what you mean by weird. I mean, is it just a vibe you get, or is his behavior strange?
I really don't want to go into it. I would rather email you.
Okay.
Do you have an email?
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. And I totally understand. It's a weird position to be in.
Business out there. I mean, just in case he's not involved,
Yeah.
He could get
Dude, I totally respect that. I just kind of want to get more of an idea for just myself, like the dynamics.
Well, let me say, I don't know if you see my comment in chat. I've heard, I don't remember which podcast I was watching where one of the neighbors said that Chris called him the R word. I don't use that word, but called him the R word. Mm-hmm. And Terry is just as bad, if not worse, as far as making fun of this kid.
How about Terry's wife? Have you had any encounters with her?
Yes.
Couldn't hear you over the thing. What'd you say?
I said, for me, that's where Chris gets it from. Terry, I mean, the way he acts, he got it from somewhere. He didn't just randomly decide to treat women like dog shit. So, I mean, it's a learned behavior, in my opinion. So it wouldn't surprise me that Terry would refer to Sebastian as the R word or an idiot or anything like that, nor does it surprise me that Chris does.
Nope. I'm not going to lie. I laughed out loud, like literally, when I listened to that, when he said they're all pompous assholes. Because it's so true. You can see it the way that he got out of his car to confront JLR basically with Terry, following him. Like, look how they followed Nina when she left. The Bower Sox literally were following Nina. She was scared. Like, these people are not nice people. They're these arrogant SOBs out there. So when he said they're all pompous asses, I was like, I couldn't help but laugh out loud because it totally falls in line with what we're seeing regardless of it, and like I said, I don't think this guy is, for me personally, and listening to this guy, like I said myself, regardless of receipts or not, he comes off as being genuine. He's not trying to, I think when it comes to this case, right, is that, I mean, obviously you can see that he didn't have a liking towards them. And he was, one of those people that didn't mind coming out of the woodwork and being like, well, let me just tell you a little bit more about these pompous assholes, and what they were saying about Sebastian and, da-da-da. I mean, honestly, hopefully Terry Bowersock's wife didn't watch this when he talks about that part. But anyway, did you want to say anything yet, Charmaine, or no?
No,
yeah.
Just listening.
Yeah, and it does remind me of the Adelsons a bit, for sure. It does, actually, a lot. It does it to you guys too, right? You got the grandma in there, getting the son to do the dirty work to kill the wife, and it totally reminds me of that case for sure.
I mean, probably about the same amount as Chris, maybe a little bit more, in passing when she would come in.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we would talk, 10, 15 minutes here or there when she would come in. And then, at the dinners and stuff, we would, all talk. But I mean, he's told me, talk to everyone there. Like, he would spill his beans to whoever. I mean, it was just like you needed an open ear to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I could try and get a buddy of mine to call in that, worked there a lot longer beside of Terry, like actually beside of Terry and under Terry, that knows a lot more than I do.
So did Terry talk about Sebastian? Did you know of Sebastian when you worked with him?
I just knew he referred to him as
that word.
I'm not going to say the word. Yeah. He used as the R word, idiot, is what he would call Sebastian.
Do you remember like a context he would use it in?
It was like whenever someone was talking about their kids, for example, if we were at in the break room and someone was talking about their kids and he was sitting there and he'd be like, my damn grandson, he's just I don't understand why he does some of the shit he does. He's that word idiot. And just go off on a tangent talking about, things he did or, talking about soiling his pants, unbelievable stuff that, a company, coworker shouldn't know that about your grandson. You shouldn't be talking about your grandson like that anyway.
Yeah. That's awful. And how did people respond to that?
I mean, everyone, it literally, blew everyone away. Everyone there, feels the same way that everyone that I've spoke with that either worked there or still works there has said the same exact thing that I said from the beginning, that they were involved. I truly feel like they were involved in this, and it was something pre-planned.
That's your theory, huh?
And just based off of the things that man said, done, the things that I know he's done, they're very, very dirty. I mean, going as far as paying people to, for example, if you were Chris's ex, he would pay someone to come to, your house, apartment, job, whatever, and just vandalize your car, cut your tires, whatever it may be, just to harm you and hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
And if he knew that, for example, like if you didn't make good money, what he considered good money, he would make it that much harder on you. He would make it, do double of what he would normally do, because he'd be like, "Oh, I'm not just hurting them by their heart, I'm hurting them in their pocket too," and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about Katie's position in this?
You talking about, like, what do I feel like if I feel like she's involved?
Yeah, like, I mean, where do you think she stands in this?
I think my honest opinion, I feel like her and Cassie have set, down, playing something out. Excuse me, playing something out, and it happened.
Wow. I mean, we heard from Nina, the ex-wife, that Melissa Proudfoot was saying to run her over with the truck.
Oh, I'm telling you, I can have some people contact you to tell you some stories about what now this is coming from Terry telling us. Now, I don't know if it's 100% true. I never looked into it, but he's told us stories about, things that he's done. And it's kind of shocking, and it makes you wonder, how is this man not in jail,
Is it something that bothered you before, or did you just never really think much of it and just think, oh, this guy is just a prick? And then when Sebastian went missing, it made you look at everything, or?
To me, I thought a lot of it was just blowing smoke, and a lot of us did, except for there's a few things that I knew he wasn't blowing smoke about. I've seen that with my own eyes, or seen proof of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But there's some things like, paying someone off your, future ex-daughter-in-law, who is the mother of your grandchild. That's going a little far.
Yeah.
If you're being serious about it.
Well, I think it's very alarming to hear Nina's story and what all they went, the trouble they went to.
Like I told you earlier, yes, I said that about my ex, about doing that, rather than divorce, when we was going through the divorce, but it was strictly in 100% a joking manner.
Well, yeah, I get it. But Matt, it's probably not something you want to say even jokingly. But I mean, how many of us have heard the term cheaper to keep her? I mean, there's always, things flung during a divorce.
I don't want to play it too long without going back to that stuff. So Charmaine and Melissa. Okay, so think about what Seth said, though. Okay, so do you guys believe hypothetically speaking, if you believe that, say, the Bauer Sox are the ones that exactly know what happened to Sebastian, do you believe that Terry and Kathy Bauer Sox are kind of in the know of this as well?
Yes. Because I think if Katie did it, in my opinion, if Katie did something, she tells Chris, and I think Chris would go to his parents, because as we've seen in the Nina situation, they're going to have his back. So, I mean, I feel like they know a lot more. They are in the know, in my opinion.
Okay. What about you, Charmaine?
It would be easier for me to believe that if Katie did something but told Chris that she has no idea what's going on, and Chris has taken up for her, and involved his parents, that they might be just doing what they're doing to not protect Katie from anything, but because they believe that she hasn't done anything, and they don't know where Sebastian is, and now they're defending their family name or whatever. And the reason why I think that is because if their marriage was really on the rocks because of what Chris wanted, then this situation to me would be a perfect opportunity for him to get rid of Katie and Sebastian, because now he's missing we're getting a divorce anyway. Good luck. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Unless Katie is kind of like the damsel in distress. I don't know where my son is. I need your help. Please don't leave me type thing. And then, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand how if their marriage is on the rocks, why are they trying to get rid of Sebastian? Wouldn't it be easier just to be like, okay, Katie, you don't know what happened to your son. All right, we're going to help you through this.
Okay. Melissa, what were you going to say? And then I'll say
or
something.
Maybe she ended up telling Chris after the fact and he realizes it's for her. It's so that she can keep him or something. I mean, we've seen stranger things women do to keep a man.
Yeah.
So,
and Melissa, just a reminder that Charmaine is lagging. So if you guys are over talking each other, Charmaine has a bit of a lag to her on there. So go ahead, Melissa.
I was going to point out to what Charmaine said. I think the reason that Sebastian is missing is because the marriage was breaking down. And I don't think Katie thinks that Christopher is going to leave her in the midst of it. In my opinion, like that's part of the reason.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
One of the things that stands out to me here is when Seth got to the home and he says that the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks are in the kitchen, and he was asked if they were emotional, and Seth said no. They were talking about jewelry, what jewelry that CP was going to buy his mom, Kathy, and they were talking about their vacation. That stands out to me amongst thinking about this because, again, he was pissed off watching them talk about something and they're not acting like that they're worried at this point as they're in the kitchen talking about this stuff. And he goes, and that pissed me off. And then I got up and, went out and searched for Sebastian. I also, what comes into my head about this is, there's nothing that we can personally place Sebastian leaving that home. And the only thing we can place is the possibility of Sebastian through Katie's car, her vehicle. There's nothing that is of evidentiary value. According to LE, they're stumped. You can tell. They don't know what. Now, does that kind of in my head, this is what's going through my head with that is their stories have been inconsistent. When people are trying to follow a script of what they're going to say or do, but then, for instance, on Chronicles, and this might mean nothing, it might mean something, when Katie's talking about, her three-way call and Chris coughs, and then she kind of stumbles over, and I get that because sometimes you're trying to think of a device, and even though, so it's kind of like that three-way. But the thing that bothers me is that Christopher Proudfoot clearly said that when he was talking with Katie, are you sure you look under the bed? Did you do this? He said, and I said, ho, hold on. And he called the sheriff's office right then and there. That's what he said right then and there. And then when Katie's telling the story, she talks about how she's looking for Sebastian in that minute time or whatever. And that then she got into her vehicle, drove around near the school, and that she was on the phone call with Christopher Proudfoot. He was three-way calling. She was upset. So it's things like that that really, really bug me. Besides other things, the use of the word "we" would have heard him go out the window, or we would have saw, or we saw what he was wearing that night, right? Those are definitely things that add the red flags. But it really bugs me that he said right then and there, and then Katie tells it differently, and it's almost like, oh, cough, like Katie, was that a cue of, because that's what bugs me is when I think about what Seth said.
It sounds to me like he's taking up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done. Sorry.
No, go ahead. What did you just say?
I mean, that just illustrates more that it sounds to me like Chris was taking up for Katie, and Katie wasn't keeping her story straight, and Chris is trying to keep her on the track. And I can even see it after these interviews and stuff. And Chris is like, what really happened? Because, you know, you changed it again. If you want me to help you, you have to tell me what happened. And little by little, things change. And Chris is morphing the story and maybe bringing his parents in. And you know what I mean? Like, it just, all of it to me adds up to Katie did something in order to keep her marriage. And I mean, Chris is just, he's being the big hero protector.
If we're going to think about more like Occam's razor, in a sense, then basically the shortest line to the truth would which would seem to be that almost like that Katie did something, say to Sebastian, hypothetically, that she did something to Sebastian without it being like this person was involved, this person knew, and stuff like that. I mean, you know, like that seems more, say, logical than thinking that all four are involved, and then having FBI, what do you want? Secret Service, TBI, LE, and everyone looking under microscopes. You would think at the mall, I don't know though, because Delphi throws me off with that stuff. But I mean, realistically, this last day of food and fun facts and this whole full day that Seth says isn't normal. Okay. So just trying to weigh what the two sides are saying here. So we would not know if it was normal for Katie to do that, or if that was a regular thing that she did take Sebastian and it seemed like a lot to me personally. But then when Seth said that it seemed like a lot, then there's more weight put on that. And then again, we're talking about a day that Sebastian happens to go missing. He has this day that's just full of everything. And then all of a sudden to disappear on that night. And I can't believe that it's from 12 to 6. I have to look at it in my head when I'm thinking about it, that pretty much from 7 o'clock onwards, is that time frame in there. What truly happened on the phone call, as well. It's just, there's nothing to support Sebastian leaving that home, not even the flashlights, right? There's nothing to support vehicles that took Sebastian away, or that Sebastian, went against the grains of everything he did typically to go outside without shoes on in the midst of the night, only to take a little flashlight. And that's just, again, based on Katie. Maybe he didn't have a flashlight at all, right? Who knows? Because again, if they're running with a story, right? And, like I said, Chris at the end of the day is a full-on narcissist. Terry Bowersox is a full-on narcissist. You can tell. The apple falls close to the tree for those two. You can see the arrogance. Why? Because you have video footage literally of Terry getting out of his vehicle. You have, Nina's talking about how the Bowersox were literally following them, almost like the psychos that are following, her as she's going. And I get it's one side to a story there, but looking at the whole picture as everything keeps unearthing in a sense, it just seems like, it just seems like I said, none of it seems like Sebastian left the house. So if Sebastian didn't leave the house and there's nothing to even show that because of all the cameras, no footage, no evidentiary value, the LE hasn't arrested anyone, so no neighbor has talked about a third vehicle there, so, and they would, trust me, these blabbermouths, that want to help and be productive in trying to find out the truth of what happened to Sebastian. Those, that they're all kind of, they were all talking about, the footage and different things. And you don't think busybody binocular Bobby there would have been telling us that she saw another vehicle enter Sebastian's neighborhood, if it didn't happen. So it obviously didn't happen because she said she saw that, and it would have come out in the woodwork of it. Anyways, what happened to Melissa? She's all dark. Oh, what were you doing, Melissa?
What do you mean I'm dark?
Well, your whole screen was black. Now it came back with Sebastian. Yeah. Okay.
It must be on your end because it hasn't changed on mine. I don't know.
It could have. I mean, I did get an error right when we were going to start the live stream. It said YouTube had an error, and I'm like, oh my God, no, don't do this to me now. So
yeah, I didn't see anything either.
Okay. So I'm just going to play some more of this. Chat. Do you find the person talking so far to be credible? Like when he's talking, are you taking it like you're believing in what he's saying? I do myself. You know, it just comes off like that to me. I don't see someone.
Maybe, but it also comes down to there's always two sides to a story, and this is his perception of what. And I'm not sticking up for the Bower Sox or the proud feet. I don't care what anybody says. Proper grammar, they're proud feet. But I'm just saying he's perceiving skepticism. It's my biggest enemy. Go ahead. Play your video.
Okay. We'll come back to that.
And I mean, I didn't say, I just said that to like my parents. That was it. You know, I didn't say it like anyone in public.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he would go on a tangent, and I mean, he said some of the most vile things about Kathy that, I mean, it just, when he's pissed, he's pissed. Let's just say that.
Oh, so you're talking about Cassie, which is another ex-wife.
I'll come back to that, Mama.
Did you say Cassie?
Kathy.
Oh, Kathy. Okay, I'm sorry. He would talk shit about his wife, Kathy.
Oh yeah, he would, when he, like, if, for example, if he come into work and they had an argument the night before, she was the dirtiest. I don't want to call a female that, but she was the dirtiest, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say, I'm just using that word. That's what he would say. And just, I mean, go off, you know, talking about everything under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
I want that bitch out of my life, you know, just on and on and on and nonstop. Now, this is around a group of people, you know, in the break room. There would be, you know, 20 people in there, and this man's just sitting there spouting all bullshit like this in front of everyone, and everyone's looking at him like, this man's fucking crazy.
Wow. You know, and if I didn't hear all these stories prior to this call right now, I'd think you were out of your mind, that people could not be that evil.
I promise I will email you some stuff that will probably shock you even more. And I'm going to see if I can have one person call you.
Okay.
The one that I support under Terry, you know, and beside Terry. And,
okay,
you know, I don't know exactly where he stands with Terry at this moment.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
He would rather speak with you off air, and then, you know, you could record it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He might not want his identity to be known. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Let him know that if he wants to remain anonymous, that's fine.
But I can assure you, he knows a lot about that man. I mean, like I said, I know Terry. I know how he is,
mm-hmm.
and I promise you, he would be willing to, if you were a, you know, hitman or a kidnapper or someone,
mm-hmm.
he would be willing to pay you. Like if Katie and Chris was to bring up something about, I'm just using this for example, if they were sitting around talking and Chris said something about he can't take Sebastian anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He is the type of guy that would be like, you find someone, you know, to get rid of them, I'll pay for it.
Right. Did you, okay, I don't want to like derail you, but did you hear the story, Matt, about Sebastian being essayed under their watch, and that Chris didn't want his daughter around Sebastian? Have you heard that?
Did I ever before?
No, like
before
at all
Sebastian.
On YouTube here.
I just heard it after Sebastian went missing. I didn't hear of it before then.
Correct. That's what I mean. I don't know how much you've watched on YouTube. That's all. So with that being said, I mean, knowing what we know about the ex and his daughter, Faith, if this was an issue about Sebastian because CPS was involved and that may hurt Faith being able to come there, would that not be the same type of motive that they had against Nina in a sense?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said in that super chat, Chris has said it, in interviews. Katie has said it in interviews. And the biological father, Seth, has said it in interviews, as well as reports. Excuse me. That TBI has showed them videos of Sebastian's bedroom light going on and off. Okay, if they've got a Ring video showing his light going on and off, how do they not have video of him walking out of the house? If he walked out the front door, which is where his room is supposedly on that side of the house, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what they
said. How do they not have people leaving?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Because Charmaine doubled down and said, okay, that's a good point twice. You're in your channel and this channel. And then American Justice Melissa says bingo. So start with Charmaine.
So the fact that the whole, everything that they did to try to keep faith would be along the same lines of what people are suspecting they could have done with Sebastian. But I was just typing in chat that still doesn't explain how they got him out of the house, unless there's some kind of, I don't know. Yeah, but he's still not seen leaving the house. So I think that he left the house in Katie's trunk.
That's what we're talking about.
To go where? I don't know. When? I don't know. But you'd think that there would be ring cam or something, anything, if she left the house earlier than what she said she did or was gone longer, which it wouldn't take long to meet somebody a few blocks away and do an exchange or something. But that is pretty diabolical, and I'm gonna revert back to my original theory. No. I'm talking myself into a rabbit hole, Sonny.
Okay, Melissa, go ahead. You said bingo.
So it wouldn't surprise me, since we know what happened with Nina and the whole faith situation, that they would be willing to have somebody do something to Sebastian. That doesn't surprise me. And it's like he just said it, it's everything we're hearing, he's backing up everything we've basically heard so far. And for me, I agree with Charmaine. I think, we've talked about it before. There's no way he left that house without being seen on a camera. And I agree with Charmaine. He left in the trunk of the car, but I heard somebody say, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard somebody say that the Bowerstocks had a car that was almost identical to Katie's. So if she left the house, it wouldn't take but 10 seconds to play Chinese fire drill and switch vehicles. I mean, I don't know. I know that if he left that house, he had to have been caught on somebody's camera, and he wasn't. So that only leaves one option of how he left that home, in my opinion.
That's what we were talking about the other night on our live. We put up the map, and he couldn't go out the back way. He couldn't go out the side way. He couldn't go out the front. Like, meaning when I say front, straight forward, right? And even if you went to the side, again, sure, a vehicle lines up with that time of the light, right? However people want to deem that. But again, the vehicle had their lights on. The flashlight came down and went once, and trust me, I looked at that video a lot last night. You can't make shit out of that video. Like when I say you can't make shit, meaning you can't make out a form of a person. You can't make out nothing of anything. You see that light moving. But again, at the end of the day, if that vehicle, then there would have been the people that own the camera literally would have seen, like they saw the vehicle that was sitting there, but they would have saw movement of somebody. You don't think that they would have told us about that? Of course they would have. If there was if the LE would have stopped. Of course they would have, right? So then it goes back to one place, the Proudfoots. Now, I just want to go back to Mama's question for a sec. Mama, are you talking about when KP had talked to the niece on the phone and that she had picked her up and then she went to BJ's and dropped her niece off where her mother was at BJ's? And then is that what you're talking about? Because I mean, before we had knowledge that Sebastian, did leave that restaurant. Well, that's the thing, right? We have knowledge that Sebastian was at the restaurant. Katie parks in the garage, right? But again, we always have to be thinking that Ali would know if Katie's car diverted, and stuff like that. We don't know that, but they would know that. Because yes, there's a blurry figure taking out the garbage, but we don't know that it's Sebastian. Someone's talking about the Katie's cam, that his voice is heard on Katie's cam, but I mean, we all know that Ali didn't tell us that. So I'm not even exactly sure where that came from about his voice being heard on Katie's car cam. Because still, I mean, it can be heard, but was he home at that point still? So because that's was one of my original thoughts was that Katie had taken him somewhere after, and handed him off or something. But again, her like what we know is that Ali would know all those movements. What I am curious about though is when Katie's car was out, did Kathy Bowersock's phone, was it on or off in a sense? Or did her phone make movement to meet up with Katie, perhaps? Like, did one of the Bowersock's phones make movement while they were out there on the phone as they were driving to around the school area? That's what I'd be curious about, because obviously if Bowersock's phones, whether Terry or whatever, if they're just pinging near Katie and as she's talking to Christopher, that does kind of make me.
What time was she at the school? Because it was a school day. Was she seen there? Like
6:33.
Yes, she was seen on camera.
Mm-hmm.
She was seen on camera, yeah, but by any person. Yeah, and because if she's gone to the school that early to look for Sebastian, she could have stopped anywhere on the way. But to think that these people just assumed that nobody's camera would catch them is just beyond me. I'm still stuck on that. I don't believe that. I think that he was taken out in the trunk, and I don't know what time law enforcement actually got to the house, but sometime after that is where I think either the exchange or he was placed until she could get away. And I'm thinking Letitia stalked completely.
I know.
So I just want to say, I want to bring this up. It's on topic, but off topic. So in the Evelyn Boswell case, if you guys have followed it, I don't know if you have or not. Anyway, in trial, it came out that cadaver dogs had searched the dad's property, right? And did not find the baby. And the baby was on the property. So, yes, their house has been searched, but did a dog miss something? And Katie was seen driving through the school parking lot when it was daylight. Her vehicle was seen, or her in a vehicle was seen. And that came from Seth's private eye on Web Sleuth when they were talking. Chloe said that because it was asked, and she said that Katie was seen driving through the school parking lot. I don't remember if she said a time, but I remember she said it was daylight enough that they could see it was her. So I don't know if you want me to respond to ES or if you want to, Sonny.
Go ahead.
So He first said, I'm sorry, I just said he, but they first said, I think it's possible something was missed on camera if the neighbors were expected to watch, etc. When I'm assuming they arrived home from Texas Roadhouse to the morning, KP left looking for him. I agree. And I don't think it's right that the neighbors were asked to watch the footage, and if they seen something, to call law enforcement and have law enforcement take it. Although I do believe law enforcement did go door to door and get the video, but I don't think it's right to say, hey, I need Joe Smo down the street who has no training to look at this video and tell us if they see anything. And then you said, I mean, expecting someone to watch 9 hours of live footage, if you don't have motion detection, that's a big task. It is. It's a very big task. Maybe only asked to review for midnight and missed prior. I agree. It's very possible. And that's where I go back to, it shouldn't have been on the neighbors to watch the footage. It shouldn't have been brought to Christopher Proudfoot that morning. It should have went directly to law enforcement. And law enforcement should be the one watching it. And law enforcement is saying that he is not seen on video. So,
well,
that, there's only a couple of ways you can leave a house and not be seen. And I don't think she had enough time to put him in the trash can, right? From the time that they got from Texas Roadhouse. Maybe she did, but I don't think she did. That's why, in my opinion, the only logical way that Sebastian left that house without being seen is in her vehicle.
And that's what this guy actually ends up saying about that. He said he believes that that is, the garage, that he went out through the garage for that. Now we all know that, and Christopher Proudfoot had said this on a live, we all know that Christopher Proudfoot is the one that told us actually that they wanted, he couldn't say why, but that they wanted footage from earlier that day. Now, I would like to believe that Ali had all that footage, and I would like to believe that Ali is the one. I mean, trust me, neighbors are going to, like some neighbors are probably just going to hand it over and not even really have looked. And then there's some neighbors, like I said, that know how to take it off of the, stick it onto a USB stick, whatever, and hand it over and stuff like that. And they've probably been going through their freaking footage for freaking, like, let me put it this way. If that was me, I'd be sitting there. If a neighbor or kid disappeared in my neighborhood, I would literally be watching like 2 days before. And, like I would be watching for sure, because as a nosy person that way, not nosy, well, nosy. So yeah, I call it nosy, but as someone that would be trying to help, I would definitely be watching every ounce of that video all day long. And right, if they don't have motion, because like typically on cameras, right, the motion ones, it will show you where the movement is. So all you have to do is go to where any movement is on your screen to see, that there was movement. Simple as that. But I would like to think that between FBI, Secret Service, that they've collected it, that they've been scouring over these videos looking for anything, and had said that there was no evidence of all the videos that were submitted at that point. There was no evidentiary value. And then so that's why, like Christopher said, well, they wanted to go back, right? Instead of say from that point of where, midnight to whatever, to go back in time to see if anything else was peculiar. And who knows, right? We only know what we know. We don't know what they know. So from everything, go ahead.
Honey, let's point out the neighbor that was across the street that could see the front of the Proudfoot home that we talked about the other night, right? That had the camera. Okay, so that has the footage of the trash truck picking up the Proudfoot's trash. So I just lost my point.
Okay.
So their camera, I don't believe, is a motion detection camera, because seeing the light go out wouldn't be enough to trigger the motion sensor, right?
No,
so for me, theirs isn't a motion sensor camera. It's an like a surveillance thing. It's not a motion sensor,
right?
Like a Ring doorbell, in my opinion, because they seen the lights go out in the video, and you're not going to see that if it's a motion detection camera and nothing's went by to trigger it.
Well, right. I believe that one would be a camera one. What they have is a camera. I don't want to say that 100% though, because now my brain's foggy on that one. Okay. I'm gonna play out more. Let's listen to some more. So we're not here.
I mean, to me, in my opinion, I truly don't feel like he ever walked out of that house. I feel like he left that house through the garage and was taken somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that he was made to sleep in the garage? What do you think about the mattress?
Now that would not surprise me with the way that them people are. I'm telling you, there's some dirty people that's very vindictive and will go extra lengths.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
Matt, have you talked to the TBI or to the Sumner County Sheriff?
Yes, I contacted them as soon as, I found out about this. And, I contacted the detective and left the voicemail with him and spoke with one of them. I don't remember which one. I've had to look at my text message.
But they did contact you back?
Yes, I did speak with a detective on that. Because I just called in and told him that, I used to work with Terry and that,
mm-hmm.
I knew Chris and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And he did leaving a voicemail is what I'm referring to. And he called me back and I told him everything that I'm telling you.
What kind of questions did they ask you?
I mean, they asked me kind of what you're asking me. They asked me, I really don't want to get into that.
Okay.
I would rather email you that.
Yeah. I get it. I appreciate you stopping when, you don't want to go too far. And I do appreciate that.
I just don't want to, them to get mad at me for.
No, and I don't want that either.
So, or ruin anything with their investigation.
Right. I don't want that either.
Like, I was telling another creator whenever he was like, "Are you sure?" I said, "I can send you my credentials where I work with that man. I don't care. I'm not hiding anything."
You're telling the truth. I believe you, Matt.
I was like, I sent him everything, and he was like, "Now, what was he like?" And I told him, I said, he was, excuse my language, but he was a dickhead
mm-hmm.
that thought he was, better than everyone else. But then, would sit there talking about hiring a hitman for, his future daughter-in-law.
Crazy. What do you think about their trip to Alaska? The Bauer Sox.
That's very weird too. I found that very weird. The timing of that, from what I've heard, that it was right there, right as Sebastian went missing. I don't know exactly when it was.
Yeah, I don't either, to be honest.
But I can tell you this, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't have him hid somewhere with, a family member in another state or possibly even Tennessee. They're that grimy and dirty people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your testimony to that. I mean, it takes a lot to come forward and speak out about people that, know who you are. Are they going to be angry if they hear you up on a YouTube panel, do you think?
I don't give a shit. I said my piece to them the day I walked out of that building.
Good for you. Matt, do you know Bobby Worsham? I guess he owns the Beach Market across the street from Beach High School.
That name sounds very familiar, but the Worsham name sounds familiar, but off the top of my head,
I just wondered. I guess there was camera footage from that store across the street from Sebastian's high school. And Chris went off when someone mentioned that his mom was caught on camera at Worsham's. And it was the PI, I think, that mentioned Worsham's or something.
And this was close to the time frame of when he went missing.
This was the morning of. He was called out about his mom maybe being seen on camera at Worsham's, and he got very angry about that and cut her off, and they stopped. I can't remember the exact wording, but it was strange. And then to see Katie's SUV is very similar to his mother's.
there's that's awful weird. Her being there, right there.
Erica Hartman corrected me. She said it's the morning that he went missing at 5:48 a.m. Mrs. Bower-Sachs is allegedly seen on camera at the store.
See, I didn't know that. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's surprising. And Chris Proudfoot and Katie can act like, they've got money all they want, but they didn't pay a damn thing for that travel trailer, RV, whatever you want to call it, that came from Terry.
So what's the story on that?
Terry was. That's what, MCI and, the new company that purchased them out is. It's a company in Champion. We deal with like the Champion. We do like the big buses, like, that carries the football teams to the stadiums and all that. Like we do North Carolina State, all the kind of, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina area buses and RV stuff like that. But, that RV tribal trailer, whichever you want to call it, that comes from Terry. 100%.
Do you know anything about like them traveling at all? Do you know anything?
We'll stop there. Charmaine, in back chat, she says phone call in my information is to figure out what to do after what happened. Because again, I've never. And Melissa, in the comments in the private chat in StreamYard, that's what she's talking. Yeah, that's what she's referring to.
I always forget about the private chat.
Me too. I do too. Then also I'll see a bunch of messages Melissa's putting in there, and then I'm like, oh yeah, right. But okay, we'll stop it there. So yeah, I've never myself, I've never stood by with that 12-6 timeline at all, because that's not the last time we saw Sebastian. So everything is based around Katie's story. And so we have to go from where we last know Sebastian was. And because Ellie has said that Sebastian, like basically that there's nothing to show that he left the home, obviously knows that they know that he was there, made it to the home as far as we know. So anything beyond that to me is open for something.
It always.
Yeah, not this 12-6 shit. All right. So
I agree with that.
And like I said, I mean, this guy's not saying anything. I don't think, like in saying that, it's more like when I'm listening to this guy, Matt, and I have to trust him because my son's name's Matt. So I just have to go by that too. But it's like nothing he's saying is out of the realm of what we kind of know for sure, about the Proudfoot, just meaning what's coming through, right? With the lack of searching, the lack of everything we're seeing. Charmaine, quickly with you, and you guys in chat as well. Charmaine, first, do you think that what the Proudfoots are projecting to us goes against the grain of what is natural when a child goes missing, meaning taking down his photo off the vehicle, that they kind of shut down their Facebooks, that Katie's not out there screaming from the rooftops. They keep saying that they're doing these things, handing out flyers and searches behind the scenes, but they're just not braggadocious about it. What do you think about that? Because to me, everything is pointing to this is not normal and natural.
%100% goes against everything that I would think an innocent parent would do if their child goes missing. 100%. There's nothing they've done that I can say that's what I would do. None of it is reasonable, in my opinion.
I agree. I concur. Melissa?
I will third that.
Yay. We agree.
Because I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like the way she's acting. It's like I sent you the thing earlier with Megan Boswell and the way she was acting and how they were talking and how they were talking about how you would see the pain and how you knew she was lying because she'd go from laughing to sad to, that kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, Katie Proudfoot, it's like, I want to feel bad for her, but
yeah, it's like
I don't feel it's genuine. I feel her grief is genuine. Like, I believe she misses him, but I don't believe it's genuine in the fact that she's out to find him. Because what in the hell does we're doing shit behind the scenes mean? What behind what scenes? Because I guarantee you say, oh, we don't have people taking our picture because we're out there and I guarantee you somebody, if you were putting up a flyer, would be like snapping a photo and being, see, they are looking for him. Absolutely. Stop with the behind the scenes bullshit.
That's right.
There is no behind the scenes when a 15-year-old, now 16-year-old, is missing. So stop with the bullshit, because I can tell you from personal experience of having a missing child, she is not acting normal.
And I'll tell you what, she left the house to go with Christopher, in my opinion, allegedly, because she knew Sebastian wasn't coming home. That's the only reason that makes sense to me why a mother would leave the house so soon after her child goes missing.
Yeah, you mean the 3 weeks when they're up in Yogi Park? The truth, you mean the truth behind the bullshit type of thing? That's what it is.
But not just that. But not just that. Like, they're not going to the vigils. They're not actively searching. Why? Because you know where he's at and you know he's not going to come home. And on the behavior panel, when they were talking about Megan Boswell and how she would kind of chuckle and stuff when she would say stuff, you see the same thing with Katie Proudfoot when she's and Christopher Proudfoot when they said that he'll walk in the door and the same time he's shaking his head no, and then they kind of chuckle, and it all goes back to their body language is telling us more than what their words are, and their words make no flipping sense.
They're not matching a grieving, this mother that's grieving, this family that's actively trying. And I agree, ES. That's not normal. They are to me, they are demonstrating the means, motive, and opportunity. They, like, who else really has the means, motive, and opportunity? There, to me, is means, motive, and opportunity in this case about why Sebastian disappeared, right? A marriage, like I said, we talk about some marriage crumbling, and this is where you guys, for like what Charmaine's saying, right? We've talked about this, is that if the marriage is crumbling, right? Now, Katie, according to Seth, was an alcoholic, okay? Who knows where her alcohol was at this point in time? I know that they asked if you drink. I see this very depressed mother in my head, this mother that is, up here, her probably depressed as shit. The world's crumbling around her. Sebastian is going to go live with his, dad type of thing. But, Katie is what I would call more deceptive than Christopher, because Katie is that person that comes across portraying somewhat like this meek and meager person, when I believe that she's the total opposite. And again, a lot of that too is based around what Seth has said about Katie, like meaning the total, like all of it together. But when I think about what Seth said and how volatile Katie was, and like you could see when he talks about it, about how, abusive she was to him, and that, and stuff like that, like cold-hearted, and the way that she ran up with the camera to Nina as well, like with a big smirk on her face and stuff like that. To me, her personality is more deceptive because she's trying to portray to us that she's this way when she's just, to me, probably not the kindest lady out there either. And I really don't feel like that even Katie, like Seth has said, I don't even feel like she had this big connection with Sebastian, to be honest with you. I mean, even when you're watching them at the restaurant, she's more focused on taking his picture and scrolling through her phone than anything. But I just don't personally feel this big connection myself when I'm thinking about Katie. And then to have a mother do these exact things that are against the grain of what's natural. And that's what I'm saying. So it's not one thing. We're talking about everything. Hiding behind Christopher, hiding behind the scenes, not doing interviews, not screaming from the rooftops, taking his poster off the car, leaving, like Charmaine just said, at 3 weeks, you're leaving your house, right? But of course, you have to have some excuse. And then you tap that on to with the videos and that there's nothing there to show that Sebastian Rogers left the house. It's not hard to think that Sebastian had this wonderful day because it was, in fact, his last fucking day. It's not hard to put that all together and come out to that kind of conclusion because it's still realistic. It's not like you're going way off the, the trail of normalcy in a sense. A lot of people take their kids' lives, get rid of them because they're a pain in the ass, for some fucking guy. We see this all the time, and stuff like that. And it just winds me up when I think about the actions happening by the Proudfoots. And again, we have to keep saying, we don't know if you're guilty or not. Only time will ever tell. But I'm telling you, if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it ain't no effing swan. There, I said it. Go ahead.
So, Sunny, I just want to bring up something else that the behavior panel said. And
sorry.
I know that they were talking about the Megan Boswell case, but if you take this and you think back to the Proudfoots, you'll see a lot of similarities in what they said, because they said that in her case, she would say she and they and them. Well, in this case, remember, it's he and her son, the boy, right? So they said that is them basically trying to distance themselves, which is what we've said. And that's what the behavior panel said in the Boswell case. But they also said when a child is missing, you don't talk bad about the child. The parents out there are saying how sweet they are and how wonderful, and naming off all these wonderful things. And you don't see the parent who's truly missing a child and thinks that child's going to come home, basically talking bad about the child. Now think back to Christopher, Proudfoot, and Katie. They have talked bad about, piss pants, that he's got to wear a pull-up, and he didn't have no friends, and he didn't understand basically your personal bubble and all this other stuff. They don't generally have something good to say. Yeah, every once in a while they'll throw something good in there, but for the most part, they talk bad about him. Well, why are you talking bad about a missing child? Your missing child. Why is it that the true crime community and Seth and everybody else cares more about this child than you do? So it just, things that they were saying in the Boswell case, I'm just sitting here and I was listening to it. I'm like, Katie Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot. And everything they were saying, that indicated a lie and indicated they knew what happened and indicated all this stuff is exactly what's going on in this case. That's why I had sent it to you, because it's like you watch it and everything that they're saying you can look at through the filter of them basically are describing Christopher and Katie in the way they're acting to an F and T.
But the behavior panel also did, they did a show on the Sebastian case, Chris and Katie's very first interview they did, and it was like 10 months ago. It was very early on, and they I mean, it was accurate for that time, for that interview, but I mean, we know a lot more now. But anyways, they were saying that boy, and not referring to Sebastian by name, was more than likely cultural. Like, it's the way they are in that part of the country is what they were saying about Sebastian. Like, I know what they were saying about Megan today, but about Sebastian, it was a little a little different read on that.
And it was. And I, you know what, I mean, and Sonny, I would love for them to do the Chronicles of Olivia interview and discuss it, because they were basically, oh, they miss him and it's genuine. But it doesn't feel that way. And when you watch the way they're talking about the Boswell case, it I guess maybe because now it's almost a year later. I mean, we're coming up here in what, 12 days of him being gone a year. And it's like things that they were saying, like in your head, you're like, yeah, Chris and Katie did that, but you didn't say that when you did theirs. So I'm just saying, you know, I'd like them to do like an updated version of like maybe Chronicles of Olivia. But the problem is Chris and Katie aren't showing their faces. They're not showing true concern and being out there talking to everybody like Seth is. He's going on all these news channels and he's showing his face, but they're too emotional and they can only show their hands. Bullshit, bitch.
Yeah. There's, you know what, like I said, I never really bring Seth into conversations too much because honestly, I mean, it's like he's everything that is natural about looking for a child, you know, and for anyone that doesn't see that, I personally would not get that. You know, for the people that want to throw shade on Seth for the sake of trying to search for his son, you'd have to be a flippin' moron to keep searching for almost a year, putting yourself out there, being more active on social media, and sitting there and showing the type of grief and pain that he does all the time still. To me, I can't throw shade at all towards Seth that way. There's a couple things that, you know, I would like him to clear up for sure. But at the end of the day, do I feel like Seth had anything to do with the disappearance of his son, Sebastian Rogers? Absolutely not. Not only does he have the alibi, he matches his emotions to his feelings. He matches what the actions to what he's doing. And that is searching for his son, Sebastian. Pretty much a year, we're at a year. And he's still, you know, actively putting out lives, and they're all Sebastian focused.
And you know, when all these people, Sonny, all these people, we've talked about it before, you and I don't remember if you, me, and Sonny or Charmaine talked about it, but I know that you and I have. When they talk about if Sebastian's watching this, what would you say? And it's so generic. Oh, come home, or oh, we miss you. It's never a plea. It's never. It never feels like a true plea.
Yeah, Chronicles was the one that she tilted back her head and was like, oh, let me just think of something to say. Well, we want you to come home, of course. You know, if you're listening, you know, I'm just playing with his pictures, you know. But it was when she put her.
I mean, I feel like we're begging for his return more than she is. Why is it we are showing more emotion and we are begging for his return and we're saying nice things, but his own mother can't? I don't understand.
It blows me away. But let's, you know what? I want to still play out this the rest of this video here on there. Just to
thing about the Bowersox traveling in a trailer and going anywhere. They ever take vacations in their travel trailers?
They've taken quite a few. I'm talking about. I don't even know how many. I couldn't even tell you how many. I mean, it was, I would say, a minimum of 5 a year when I was there.
Do you think that they could have went to Grandfather Mountain on one of their trips?
Grandfather Mountain, from in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too far from their area.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Mm-hmm.
And if she was there at that store the morning he went missing, I mean, if the dogs didn't hit on anything and there's no video of him walking out of that house,
right.
where the hell could he be? You know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. TBIs, they're not shit.
Right. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, because we hear that way too much on YouTube.
I mean, look at the blonde-headed little girl. I can't think of her name.
Summer
She
Wells.
went missing a few. That's Summer Wells. Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but her parents. I mean, I don't know everybody else's opinion on that, but I know what my opinion is on it. And TBI couldn't crack that.
Right. Why do you think that is, though?
To ask you there, what did he say about TBI for? Okay, I seen what he heard was for Summer Wells. What did she say? What did he say when she said thank you for saying that on YouTube? Whatever.
Basically, TBI ain't shit.
Oh, yeah, meaning that, like Delphi.
Yep.
Type of thing. That's why you guys
Basically,
only
he's saying TBI isn't doing their job and is fucking everything up, essentially.
Yeah. Yep. You guys need to email that Brandon Carter there, and you tell him he needs to go over everything and give them suggestions on what they might be missing. You get spams of email.
I did.
I know you did, but you didn't hear anything back.
No, and I still haven't. I checked a while ago. I still haven't heard anything back.
Yeah. Like, I'm going to be like Brandon Carter. Did you check about the cell phones? Did they meet up at any time before going back to the house? Because we all know that Kathy Bowersox was right there. We don't know what time she arrived. We don't know what time she arrived that morning. She was there when Seth got there. But what time did Kathy Bowersox, see all these Katie's, Kathy's, whatever, Bowersox, arrive at the home? Why were they talking about the vacation and jewelry instead of being worried like Seth was pissed off about, right? Almost like it's almost like he didn't disappear, and stuff like that. But anyway, I just was curious because I wasn't sure what.
I was going to say, here were my questions to Brandon Carter. What day did Chris's truck connect to the home Wi-Fi? Was it the 25th or the 26th? Can you please confirm? Did cadaver dogs go in the house, the car, and the construction site? Is there a reason the missing person report cannot be released? Is there video of Sebastian after getting home from Texas Roadhouse? Why is it that he was last seen on the 26th and not the 25th at 10 p.m. when he was last heard in the home? Was the Texas Roadhouse clothes used for the scent dogs? Could Sebastian have been stored in a tote, drum, or suitcase and later discarded when the parents left the home via the RV or the car? Could Chris have driven his vehicle or rented one, driven back from work, and then still be seen at work at 5:10 a.m. on the 26th? I understand if you can't answer these questions, but if you could, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you in advance. And then I sent him the document that we created.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, none of those questions will ever get answered, for sure. With their case, it's one thing to send them in something, I think, and not that you're going to get a response, but it's one thing to send them in something again, like, did the phones meet up? Have you checked that out? To plant some seeds in there that they might not have thought about. And I still believe that that's why Brandon Carter, when he messaged Clutch Them Pearls, I have a funny thing to say about that, actually. But anyways, with Clutch Them Pearls, we know why he said, so what's your thoughts on how, what happened to Sebastian? To me, that's someone going, we don't know what the fuck. Maybe somebody's going to say something, send in a tip that they haven't thought about doing something, perhaps, right? Because we can't give them full credit here, because Delphi holds us back for even believing that they would fricking not take the sticks that are on two dead bodies of Abby and Libby, and that they push the sticks to the side. And
don't even get me started on that.
No, don't even get me. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll play it out. It's about 8 more minutes, and it's on 1.25.
You talking about why they couldn't crack the Summer Wells or whatever it is?
Yeah.
I feel like her parents had something to do with that.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like Sebastian's case is similar or no? as far as being like sitting for 3 years unsolved?
I feel like, I don't know, something just tells me that the FBI may come in and, you know, do a little digging around and come across something, I guess you could say, that's going to open the case wide open. And maybe that picture that was posted all over, you know, social media was Sebastian, and they can trace whoever that is down, you know?
Mm-hmm. I did see on WSMV today that they talked to Chief Deputy Eric Craddock, and they said the sheriff's office has continuously followed up on leads, but there was no credible ones from the photo.
Hmm.
I do appreciate you, giving us what info you feel comfortable, sharing.
I wish I would rather email you the other stuff, just because, like I said, in case, you know, it doesn't turn out to be them. I don't want to have him to, and, you know, doing all this and that, because I know how he is. I know the person he is. But I will gladly email you some stuff and some pictures and some screenshots, or I'll do screen recordings so you don't have photoshopped anything. Because I know you was worried about a sound box or whatever. And I just want you to see some of the stuff that this man will text people.
Okay.
Now, these texts aren't to me. These are to another individual. But I just want you to see the things that he says.
The tone.
About people that piss him off.
Okay. I appreciate that. And just let me know anything that you don't want me to share publicly, because I respect, your wishes on that. I wanted to ask you though, did Terry ever talk about Chris and him being in the military, or like his crane operating skills? Like he was proud of him? What were the dynamics as far as you could see between Terry and Chris?
Chris was on a pedestal in Terry's eyes, in my opinion, that could do no wrong.
Wow. So he would talk proudly of Chris.
I mean, it could be, when the things went on with him and Nina there, when they were going back and forth, and the TPO went out, or the restraining order, whichever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
He has an excuse for everything for Chris, no matter what it may be. Like, I would be willing to bet my salary for 1 year that at that place right now, he is up there just fine. Oh, I can tell you right now, Chris isn't in on it, because he was here, he was there. He would never do anything to that kid, even though he would get mad and, calling them silly words. That's just that's how he talks. He'll say silly words.
Had Terry ever given you any thoughts on Kathy's ex-husband, Mike?
That I have
no clue.
I don't know anything about, that. He's never really, I never paid that much attention to it anyway.
Right.
If he did.
Right.
Just say that.
Right. I'm sorry, I'm kind of echoing. Can you turn your speaker down just a touch? If you don't mind. It's just echoing a little bit.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but I wish I could go into more, but it's just one of them things that I'm a little nervous to go in, because people don't know how that man is. He will, I'm sure I'll receive some type of threat for this, but trust me, I'm not worried about it in the least whatsoever. I don't want to go too far to where he can get me civilly,
No, I hear you. You're being smart.
But what I'm telling you, like I said, that's my opinion on it.
I appreciate.
I didn't say that he did it. I just said that's my opinion, that they're involved and it's premeditated.
Wow. Well, I look forward to your email. I mean, feel free to send me whatever you're comfortable sending.
And whenever I speak, I'm gonna call my buddy as soon as we get off the phone, and I will give you, if he says that it's okay, he will talk to you.
Yeah.
I will.
You can text me right here on this number too if you want.
The same one that I called here?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
That's pretty much the end of that then on there. Okay. There was a point there where I couldn't really understand or make out what he was exactly saying. Did you guys catch it? When she was asking him about the dynamics of Christopher Proudfoot and Terry Proudfoot. Besides saying that
if I'm not mistaken, I think he doesn't think that Chris would do anything to the kid. I didn't catch anything about Katie specifically, but I think that's what he said, that he doesn't think Chris would do anything. He calls him the names and whatever term he used, but
is that what you heard, Melissa?
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Okay. Yeah.
He said he would call him silly words.
Silly words, that's it. Yeah.
We can, yeah. Even though I don't think that calling someone a R word or an idiot is a silly word, but I mean, if that's how you want to phrase it.
I think he's just trying to be YouTube friendly with his language.
Yeah, and I think he just came up with that word, like saying silly words, and instead of saying a different maybe word for that, like ignorant, rude, whatever. Or that. So yeah. So, he put.
So if I could just ask the chat, I am going to compose another email to Carter. So if you could put any question in there that you think I need to ask in that email, know that it's probably just not going to either A, not be read or not responded to. Let me know what questions you guys want me to ask, and I will try to put them in the email and send it off.
It's not that it's not going to be read, but it's pointless to try to ask. It's pointless to ask a question that you're not going to get an answer to, but it's not pointless to put in, did you check? We just want to make sure that you check this. Right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Send me whatever you think I need to put in there, and I'll word it in a way that, like, so far I have started. I said, is there any time in the morning or the night before that Kathy Bowersox and Katie's cell phones were in close proximity? Is it possible that they traded vehicles and Sebastian was in the trunk part of Katie's vehicle? Did you guys get the tip that I sent about Christopher when he said where to look for Sebastian? Is it possible that the thud noise at 10 o'clock p.m. and the topic of the discussion between the Proudfoots is the key to your case? That's what I have so far.
But that again is like, that's a question that you're never going to get answered. Like, meaning that's like a question that's kind of pointless of putting that in there about the thud. It would be more like, did you check this fact about the thud? Did you check, Katie's movement of her phone at this time? Because you're phrasing it as, about what? How did you say that again about the thud there, Melissa? How did you put it?
Because what I'm trying to do is phrase it as a question to plant the seed in his head. So it's like, is it possible that the thud at 10 p.m. and the topic of the discussion between the Proudfoots is the key to your case? So it puts in his mind, oh, wait a minute, what about that thud? What about that phone call? Did we get into that?
I wouldn't be saying, is it the key to the case? I've left it where you left it. Is it possible that the call and the thud, had anything to do with each other? Not, is it the key to the case? Because that comes off as like, well, is that, the main point of the case? Do you see what I'm saying when I say that? Like, that's almost just asking it like it's a question. Is that the key to the case? And that one, I would have not put that part in there, and I just would have stopped it as, does a phone call and the thud, have you looked into the phone call and the thud, and or Katie's movements outside at any point past time she went to bed, like stuff like that. Have you looked at that? Have you looked at the Bowersox meeting up? Like those things, like, have you done this? Have you done that? Because obviously I think regardless, like, they're gonna, the thud and the phone call, they're not going to be able to know what's on that phone call. So to ask them almost like, well, do you think that that's the key to the case? Well, that's, do you see what I'm saying? I know.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to say, like, you know, it's more our thoughts about if we take what we don't think they might have done, like Ali and Secret Service, here, have you checked in to this? Not is it the key to the case, but have you checked in to see if Katie's phone went outside of the room? Have you checked if the Bowersox met up at any point, their phone being? Maybe these are things that they never actually thought to do, and maybe they did, but at least that's kind of giving them, hey, have you thought to look at this? Have you thought to look at that? And it just comes off as those are planting, what I call planting the seeds, because they might go, yeah, actually, you know what? We never actually looked at that part. Maybe we should go back and look at that, if that makes sense. Well, it does make sense.
Yeah.
If I said it, it made
always
sense.
Want to believe that.
Say it again.
We always want to believe that law enforcement is doing all this stuff that we're thinking of, but you never know. You never know because of how the investigation started, and Katie's story and what path they were led on and what may have been missed at the beginning. And I think that not just the Richard Allen tip that was missed. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about stuff that we didn't know till trial. Right. Stuff that was missed, or in motions leading up to trial. Like I mean, law enforcement, they're human, and some things get missed.
Prosecutors were freaking Googling about freaking the Ford, the vehicle, during the trial.
Or the sticks with no evidentiary value, or the interviews that accidentally got taped over. Like, I mean, stuff happens. They're human.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Delphi has made us doubt, right? Sure, because of the shoddy police work that happened. LE screwed that case up. So LE has now put that doubt in our mind of, did they do certain things? Because we know of a case where they didn't. Does that, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Like, because of Delphi, right? Yeah. We now have this doubt because law enforcement said, oh, sticks with their blood and on top of their bodies are of no evidentiary value, right? So we now have this in our heads that law enforcement might miss these little things,
right? The things that
even though we want to believe that they wouldn't, right. And we think they would do it. Delphi has proved to us that sometimes they don't.
Right. And hence why, exactly. Now,
I was just going to answer Irish girl. That's all.
Yeah. Just give me a second here, because I was just going to say. So, hi, Shop Smart. So the Cookie Monster was basically saying that I'm not sure. It's just putting the Cookie Monster on that one. Did you confirm KB was at the Worshams early in the morning? Honestly, I don't know where the proof is of that. If you could tell me where the proof is that Kathy Bowersox was at the Worshams. I know I've heard it. I've never really focused on that side. I'm not going to lie. So, where was that said that she was? Like, is there something concrete that puts her vehicle there? So I'm asking you that question because I don't know. I hate when the public says, did you check their cell phones? As if Ali, right. Okay, hold on. What was KP wearing when police arrived? Still in PJ, etc. When did she have time to dress? What did KP, I'm pretty sure that, didn't Katie say that she, went and got dressed? Didn't she say that in one of the interviews?
I don't know if she said that in one of the interviews. I don't remember taking that down. But Seth said she was dressed when he got there. So I can only assume that at some point, either before going to wake him up or after that, she got dressed.
Yeah. You know, I feel like I heard it, but I don't know if I heard it just from, because I remember on a YouTube channel, I don't remember which one, they were like, and when did she have time to get dressed, when you're looking for your kid and stuff like that. So I'm not sure on some of these things. And if people, I don't want it just to come from a YouTuber's mouth. It has to be, something.
That is so silly to me and insignificant. Like, even if my kid is missing, I'm going to panic and I'm going to do everything that I need to do. But at some point, I'm going to realize I have to put clothes on so I can get to this. Like, that means nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't put much stock in when she got dressed either. I mean, most parents, and not all, but most, if you're going to have to get up and do something that day, work or go to school or take your son to school or whatever, you're going to get dressed before you go wake them up because you have so much other crap to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or like I said, even like when she knew something was wrong and now she's waiting for the police or whatever, she's going to take 3 minutes to put some clothes on because she knows people are coming. That's just... that's normal. To me, would be abnormal for her to be in her slippers and house coat when everybody starts arriving. That would be abnormal to me. How are you going to go out and search for your kid in your slippers and house coat? That doesn't compute for me.
Now this one here, yes. So we'll go to yes, and then we'll go to Irish Girl. When did Sebastian shower, brush his teeth, etc. that night? I mean, it was said that he pretty much had a shower almost every night. And it was by the Proudfoots. Did you know what KPCP discussed? So I don't know. She didn't say anything about him showering that night. So, so we don't know about that particular night. Do you know what KPCP discussed though on the call? Right. It would be interesting, wouldn't it? If only we could. Could Sebastian have overheard the call? Question I've asked myself, and that was more towards Sebastian leaving the house because he overheard the phone call. Have they watched all CP interviews on YouTube? They probably have. Absolutely. Christopher Proudfoot has.
I have PTSD from watching all of those interviews.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, Charmaine, you were going to answer Irish Girl. Why did they search the landfill? Is that the one?
Yeah. Do you want to answer it or?
No, go ahead.
Oh, well, as far as I know, maybe it's changed, but as far as I know, they were led there because of the scent dogs hitting in the construction site and that construction site's dumpster. They searched that landfill. And I think we worked out on that one live that it was that landfill, wasn't the local one. They went across state lines to where that construction site's landfill is.
Right. That's
okay,
how I
so you're partially correct, Charmaine. You are partially correct. They said one of the news interviews that was done, and on the news thing about the landfill when they were discussing that it was on fire, it was actually the Proudfoot's home trash that had went there, and they were led to that because one of the trash guys said that the trash was abnormally heavy that morning.
Right. Was what was said. Yeah.
When was that said though?
Oh, I can't remember.
After we were looking for missing.
Yeah, that was said when they did the search of the landfill. It's in the document though. I don't remember. I think it was WKR maybe or WS.
Yeah.
My skepticism again. I mean, possible motive to.
It was in an article. That one. I don't know. I remember that about that being said. It was in an article about the trash being too heavy, or that it was heavier than normal.
If you go to the document where it says to the side, I'll go see if I can get it real quick and post the link. But They discussed the landfill and why they searched that specific area.
So here, where I live, and I know I'm in another country, but where I live, if my garbage is too heavy, my garbage man won't take it. They'll just leave it out on the street.
We're Canadian, though. You guys might be different. Well, me and Charmaine are. Melissa down there is not. Now, just quickly, I put in Melissa's Google document that she has done. So, again, you guys can watch interviews, timestamps, so many things that are to do with Sebastian Rogers' case, and it's fact-based, okay? That's all that's in there. It's just fact-based interviews of the Proudfoots, of Seth, of any of the news channels, and much, much more. But that's the document there that you guys can go view. If you want to go back to something, and even though there's still more that's missing, don't get us wrong. It's not 100% proof on everything because there's just too much. Seth went on a rampage of interviews, and I at one point there was no information that he could put out, and so I wasn't even focused on him. I was focused on the timeline, the truth, what the Proudfoots were saying, what Seth was saying. But at the point with Seth, it got to the point with everything he was saying was just repetitive of each other. There was nothing else he could really say about Sebastian, which he hadn't said already. Whereas the Proudfoots, Christopher especially, that stuff was always fresh, usually, about something that he would say or bring to alive. He's an asshole. Now, yes, you said, I'm asking because I thought she said she got up, went to his room, couldn't find him, rang CP, then got in her car. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what was said. Got up at 6 o'clock, went down at 6 o'clock to wake him up. He wasn't there, couldn't find him, rang CP, rang Christopher Proudfoot right away, which to me, that wouldn't be abnormal in a normal situation to call your husband and be like, like, I'm trying to find Sebastian, he's not here. If this was a normal situation, then got in her car, right? And again, the version from Christopher Proudfoot was different than this one. It was, he rang the sheriff's office right then and there. Christopher Proudfoot said nothing about Katie getting in the car. Actually, it was when Katie said it on her interview with Chronicles of Olivia. But yeah, so that's the gist of exactly what Katie said, how it went that morning. We do know that at 6:30. Now, I don't know if you're wrong on this, but it's going to bug me a little bit because all the time, whenever somebody talks about the time, they say 6:33. It's very rare I hear somebody say 6:34, but you say 6:34. But I'm going to say 6:33 just because
I'd say 6:34 because when on the 911 calls that were released or the dispatch calls that were released, the dispatcher says the time of the call was 6:34. Now, the other day I heard a version that was very similar that said 6:33, but we're talking 1 minute. So 6:33, 6:34,
Yeah, and
tomato.
I had also heard an LE officer say 11 or 6:28 before as well, but I only heard that the one time. And I was like, wait, no, you got that wrong. Don't be minutes count for that. So support with stuff. So my ex-husband was a music minister. He pissed me off during my divorce. I lost my shit going and showed up at the church in my pajamas. Sure did. He's an asshole, just for the record.
And I haven't put out in my mind that she didn't go out in her pajamas looking for Sebastian. And when she got home and she knew law enforcement was on the way, that she hurried up and changed. I don't know that makes a big, difference, because if she would have went out in her pajamas to search for him, come back, she knows law enforcement is showing up. She could have taken 2 minutes to put on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. It's not like it takes that long. So, but I just don't put a lot of when did she get dressed. I don't put a lot of stock into that being of some sort of key or important.
I guess the only thing it could, Melissa, is account for some time, Katie says in 1 minute flat, 3 minutes flat. She searched her whole house in 1 minute flat. So we all know that's not possible. That's just an exaggeration. Obviously, we know she ran outside, according to the neighbors, screaming for Sebastian out there. She would have still had to get into her vehicle and stuff like that. So obviously, it's not like 6:01, phew, So we know that the time is 6:33 when they were called. When Christopher was talking to Katie, he says for her to get back home because the police are going to be there within the next 10 minutes, Charmaine. So just to let you know on that. So basically, Christopher said, "Can you go back home within 10 minutes?" The police were going to be at the home. How fast they got there, if it was 15 minutes or 10, who knows exactly. But so in my head, I think realistically, okay, probably 6:07, 6:10, you're probably flying into your vehicle, and then that obviously he's talking at 6:33, we know that phone call comes in. So in your head, you have to still realistically try to understand what could have happened in that short period of time if Sebastian was disposed of or handed over, if we're going by the fact that there's nothing to show that he left the home, no dog scent that caught it, so that part of it's all messed up to me, right? Is that when we did the live the other day, you got nothing to substantiate the fact that Sebastian left the home with anybody, that some freaking pedophile comes in. Like everyone would have to done the whole ninja shit right around the cameras for all the cameras that are truly out there, right? Because some of those roads are brighter, like that one on Kellen is brighter than, of course, Stafford there. But it's kind of like when you know that there's camera in the back and you know that there's camera to the side that would have caught Sebastian because of the garage lights. So you know that Katie's vehicle would have been seen by that neighbor. The neighbor does say Katie is gone for about 15 minutes or so. The one that sees the lights go off in Sebastian's room at 9:08. Sebastian would have come out of that limelight. There would have been some motion seen a little bit had he come closer to the street if he was to leave that way. The only possible thing at all leads to the Stafford and Kellen side where that camera is. But again, like, unless you're a fool, you're not going to knock everything that LE is telling you, right? I mean, they're not actually fucking all idiots there, meaning to sit there and think that they're lying and making shit up for everything that's coming out of their mouths, for everything. It just seems absurd. If they say that there's nothing to show that he left the home, it's because they have nothing to show that he left the home. We're talking about all these agencies that would be looking at all this footage, and they got it. They were talking about the homes that weren't home, that they got footage from, had to go back to, etc. And I get it. There's, the one neighbor with the camera about the thing that had to take the footage in, the one that can see the garage and that seen Sebastian's lights go on and off, that they had to take their footage in, like, hello, are you coming? Like, it's been 2 weeks, but however that all transpired. Again, we're only hearing that through a third party again. So, but all that we know from every information we have is that no dog scent, right? Sebastian left the home on his own accord, without socks, without his phone, without anything, which is ridiculous to go against the grain of salt of how Sebastian typically acts. So why in this one day does he get fed all this food and then all of a sudden he does these actions that don't meet it? It's not because he was, overstimulated that he was like bursting out of the door going, yeah, I'm leaving, It's one of those things. To me, it's about who did what to Sebastian, but because nothing adds up about cameras, and they would have seen a pedo or another vehicle come in the area. Where's that? So busybody binocular Bobby there, she would have said, she literally is friends with the person that owns that camera, right? They would have said if they would have seen another vehicle on Stafford or seen an entity even entering there, let alone the camera across the street, if they came from behind that house, they still would have been seen on the camera. If he would have went left, you still would have been seen on a camera from the other camera. So it just leaves you with Katie back to the home. Back to the home.
So, honey, I tried to make sense of this myself because it didn't quite make sense. To me, there's a missing time gap. So this is something that I had sent somebody else, and I just want to read it so that I have the times right. That's why I'm going to read it. So if Katie Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot said that she woke up at 6 a.m. It took her 3 minutes to look for Sebastian before she called Christopher. So that gave her a couple places to look. So let's say she looked until 6:10, but they didn't call law enforcement until 6:34. So we'll say 6:33. So that is 23 minutes of unaccounted time that I cannot make sense of. Now, like I said, she wakes up at 6. She says 3 minutes flat. Okay, she looked for 3 minutes before she called Christopher. So that's 6:03, right? So he gives her a couple places to look. So by the time she looks at those places, right, and she gets in her car to drive to the school, let's say 6:10. So by 6:10, she's in her vehicle. The school's literally like a block away, right? It takes her like 3 minutes to get there. You're still talking a 20-minute time frame of unaccounted time that morning.
Right.
What happened in that 20 minutes?
Right. Was he handed off? Yeah, okay, just to ask you guys, who here believes that Sebastian was handed off to somebody? 1, if you believe he was handed off. 2, if you think that perhaps hypothetically, that he was dead and put in the trunk of the car. Just kind
Which
of
number is that one?
2 is yours, Charmaine. 1 is if you think that he was handed off. What does chat think?
The chat is reasonable.
Welcome back,
probably
Fran.
2.
So Karen said 1, but everybody else so far has said 2.
Hold on.
And you know what gets me, and the reason I think the trunk, Sonny, is those dogs did not go past that yard. Nope. If he would have left by foot, they would have tracked him, and they didn't. That tells me he was in a vehicle from a law enforcement standpoint, because when I was in the police department and we'd track, if the dogs don't go anywhere, either that person was never there, it was his house, so we know he was, or B, that person left in a vehicle if they stop dead in their tracks. I just don't think he missed all those cameras, and the dogs themselves are telling me that he left in a vehicle by not tracking his scent.
I mean, if she would have left in the morning with Sebastian, right? So unless he was a willing participant to leave without his shoes and his switch and anything else, unless he was a willing participant and hid himself in the back of the car as she drove out of that garage, because he would have been seen on camera, right? If he was sitting in the passenger seat, he simply would have been seen on camera by probably multiple at that point, because we're talking about, 6 whatever in the morning. I just hate the fact that everything.
Exactly. That's why I think he was in the trunk part.
Right. I just think that everything, again, is based on Katie's story, right? The time of 6 a.m. Did she really get up at 6 a.m.? Right? Did she even go to sleep? Again, it's just all based on Katie's story. Something could have happened to Sebastian, like I said, at the night. Who knows? This is where my brain gets fried, because it's like, as much as everything points to the Proudfoots, like, meaning that that's where literally it takes you back to. I'm just trying to think, like, was he handed off at that point? Because according to the neighbor, you guys, Katie's car did leave in the morning, right? We would have known if it left any other way, because we would have known from binocular Bobby and that neighbor but Bobby would have said something if there was another vehicle that had left, or that Katie's vehicle would have left. Plus, But so with that, right? So if he's dead, he's in the trunk, So I'm just trying to think of those 23 minutes, let's say, of time that would say be unaccounted for, and the difference in Katie's story to Christopher's story about when he called the sheriff's office there. What could have transitioned between, say, death or handed over in that 23-minute time. That's why I truly want to know if a Bowersox phone was navigating over there around that time. Did the cell phones pick up, or was Kathy Bowersox phone turned off? Terry, were they part of all this? Were they not? Was it just maybe perhaps Katie Proudfoot by herself? Was it not? It's just everything that goes against the grain of natural is pointed at the Proudfoots, of how never to ever have a child and then act like you're looking for them. It's just everything goes against what normalcy would be. And it's not like one thing. Like I said, it's multiple things. As we keep learning through hindsight and get to look back, it's just not normal. To normal people, but to normal thinkers can understand this, that it doesn't make sense. The actions aren't matching the words. It's ridiculous. Any parent out there, like I said, you know what, you guys, I'd seriously throw an egg in Katie's face. If this is what you call being not guilty of anything to do with Sebastian, and this is what you show, you're a pathetic piece of shit for whoever's, to me.
Well, like we've said before, Sonny, if they are innocent, they are the most guilty, innocent people ever, and they're making themselves seem that way. And like I said earlier, what is this behind the scenes bullshit? What does that mean? It means you're handing out flyers, but yet nobody has seen you hand out flyers. And I guarantee you, if anybody had seen them handing out flyers, they would have got a picture. They would have been coming forward and standing up for them and say, no, I seen them. They were handing out, somebody would have done that. So don't come at me with this, we're working behind the scenes bullshit. This isn't a movie, motherfucker. This is a missing child. Your missing child.
Yeah.
Explain to me why I care more about your missing child than you do.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd never agree. Of course not. Just quickly. So Sammy says, what do you think of the flashlights for Sonny? I know you don't really believe the video footage and enhanced photos. The thing about, the enhanced photos are just crap. That's just crap. Even I think there was a video that came out where they were showing about how they were laying over Christopher's Proudfoot face. I get what they would have been trying to do, but trust me, Bullhorn Betty, please stay away from photos and trying to play with them. Honestly, you are not good at those, trust, at all. And you're a person that is helping you there. Okay, honestly, you're doing more damage than good for putting out that shit. Because there is nothing there. We put it into a magical machine, and this figure points out, and yet they're sitting there placing faces of Christopher on it, then lightening it up and stuff like that, just because obviously if they're pulling out a face, I literally sit there and play with that shit in different colors and whatever. There is nothing that you're going to gain from an image out of that video at all. So that to me is the most utter bullshit. And then they wanted to put out this stupid picture as they reverted the image and made it seem like that you got some scrub marks here. You got someone that obviously used a magic fucking marker here to color in the windows. That's just stupid and ridiculous. So it's just, that shit that people believe is sadly what goes around. So as for photos of any sort of images, bullshit to that. As for where those lights are, granted, by all means, it seems like it's coming from that common area. But the flashlight, only one is moving. If it's a flashlight, it's moving. But then that light goes back. So At what point did Sebastian get into this 3 o'clock 255 vehicle that was there on Kellen Lane, and then suddenly with lights on, and that all of a sudden that he's not going to be seen, or some motion of people's not going to be seen? Here you have Binocular Bobby, who watches the video, and she didn't say that. Nobody has said any of that. So what truly is it about? I don't know, is the honest answer. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to think of where the cameras are, what's practical, what's not practical. And what doesn't seem practical is Sebastian getting into that vehicle. So unless there's something we're totally missing about another vehicle in the area, which I highly doubt, just because, no, like Binocular Bobby, she would have told us if she saw another vehicle during that time frame. Now, did another vehicle come into that time frame earlier that night? Right? Who knows? Who knows exactly how far that neighbor that even has that camera looked, how far they went back? Did they go back to 9 o'clock, that evening and watch the whole thing through and through? Did they not? Were they just more focused on the 12 to 6 time? Who knows? Ali says that there's of no evidentiary value. And with everything and the dog's not picking up anything, it just goes against, again, the grain then. And I just don't like to put imaginary shit where it doesn't belong on that one. And
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is, what's her name? Bullhorn Betty?
Bullhorn Betty, yeah.
Is that her name?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Why is she going to jail? What's going on?
Oh, okay. That's to do with the Proudfoots, right? Now, so Bullhorn Betty, like I really don't honestly have bad things to talk about with her. Besides, and even when I'm saying don't play with photos and put stuff out there, it's not that I'm knocking her as a person. Just don't play with the freaking photos and put that crap out there, right? But the reason for this is because of Christopher Proudfoot. So instead of looking for Sebastian, they want to put out lawsuits claiming that she is stalking them, that she's threatening them with a machete. So basically, out of all the YouTubers, in a sense, Bullhorn Betty, because Christopher Proudfoot doesn't know how to block somebody apparently. And anyway, so it's all about that the judge, is saying, like, you're not allowed to do any social media on them, and you basically, they're non-existent to you, type of thing. So is it because she's definitely violated what the judge told her not to do, for, like, she's not supposed to be doing any social media on this stuff. They found her guilty in a sense of harassing and threats, I guess. I'm not exactly, I know the answer, but right now it's like it's all boggled in my head together. If somebody can say it better than me right now, please feel free on that. But anyways, it's to do with the Proudfoots bringing a case against her for harassment, defamation, saying that something about a machete, which is bullshit, like the machete stuff and stuff like that. But it's just ridiculous that in the midst of, they're putting their energy into that shit, yet other YouTubers are doing it all day long. Yeah. But I guess
seems to me that would be probably why Ken Maines backed away, because of that lawsuit.
It's all of it. It's Seth and his, injunctions or whatever that he's doing on people. It's all of it. It's basically like all these different things are happening from both sides, like when Seth and whatever put out, these documents to tell people not to speak Sebastian's name, basically. I can't think of what that document was called. It's not, I don't think it's called an injunction, but maybe it was called an injunction, but it's both of them. Cease and desist. Right. Cease, that's it. Cease and desist.
So I just want to point out, in Web Sleuth, when they were talking to Seth's PI said that Christopher Proudfoot was not seen after 8 o'clock that night, which was unusual. And he was not seen by anybody at all until 5:10 the next morning.
Yeah, you're talking about on Saturday night, right? Sunday night.
Sunday, yeah. So I just wanted to reply to Scranton here because she had sent a couple things. She said, in my opinion, something happened early that night. She calls at 9:43, 9:47. They plotted together what to do. And I don't fully disagree. That is kind of what my theory is that my theory, in all honesty, is that she hit Sebastian, in my opinion, and him having the foot on the brain, something happened. And then she called Christopher Proudfoot to figure out how to basically clean up the scene or get rid of Sebastian. So, you said something else. So you didn't think that it was a messy scene, maybe too much meds, possibly, but I think the meds were probably accounted for. I think more of a hit to the head of some sort. And I do think that the ultimatum of it's him or me plays into this case. I think that's a big piece of it because she did. She was given the ultimatum, according to Seth, according to I think it was Sweetie Pie Low or Donna Serafino, one of the two. So it came out of multiple sources that she was given an ultimatum that it was either Sebastian or Christopher Proudfoot. And in one of those ultimatums, supposedly he said, I expect you to choose your son. But we've seen with other cases, like Susan Smith, she unalived her children so that she could be with a man that didn't want kids. Like it happens more than we want to admit. Yeah, one of the neighbors also said that ultimatum was given. And you don't get 5 CPS reports and you don't sit there and call your stepchild or your child names or spray them with a pressure washer and all of this stuff and then claim to be a worried parent who's out there behind the scenes, quote unquote, looking for them. Again, what the hell is behind the scenes? There is no behind the scenes. And I guarantee you, if they were out there looking, somebody would have come to their defense or taken a picture and said, see, they are doing something. They are looking. They are searching. They are hanging up flyers. They are doing this. What is behind the scenes? Somebody explain that to me. Because she does not strike me, and neither does he. Seth totally does. But Katie and Chris do not strike me as parents that are worried about where their child is. To me, they remind me of somebody who has guilty knowledge and is just trying to say whatever they can say to not look guilty.
Sorry, I heard my husband go, oh shit, as he's making cheese toast. All of a sudden I heard this, oh shit. And
oh, sorry.
No, that was it.
Let's also not forget that, remember when Christopher Proudfoot's home, the dogs sleep in a pen, right? And when he's not home, this came out of his own mouth. When he's not home, she lets the dogs sleep in the bed. But that night, some reason, she went against her normal routine and put him in a pen, even though he wasn't home.
Right.
But I thought they slept with you in the bed when he wasn't home.
Yeah. Right. Why is everything going against the grain instead of with the grain of everything? Sebastian's not a runner. He's not this, right? Doesn't like to go out without his shoes. At the end of the day, it doesn't make sense, right? So everything's going against the grain, even the breakfast that morning. So it's just a continuous string of things that don't make sense. And why aren't they making sense? And Sebastian goes missing on this particular night to everything that's different than what how it normally is going. So again, either they're really sucky liars and they can't keep their story straight, Katie perhaps had something to do with it, and Christopher possibly, honestly, is just believing Katie. And I don't know. I won't ever be shocked if truth comes out and Katie minimum had something to do with her son's disappearance, because it's going against everything. And either we're totally off our rockers and the world is flat, not round, but everything is going towards looking at them because of all those said reasons.
You don't hear a horse coming and think, oh, the elephant's coming, right? Like you say, if looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's not a freaking swan. Everything we've talked about, everything leads back to the home. Not one thing leads away from it. Not one thing says somebody come up to his window. Not one thing says he wandered off by himself. It all comes back to the home and whatever happened in that home.
Just on the surface part, just knowing how, okay, like I said, I believe this guy Matt when he says that they're all pompous assholes. Absolutely. I really feel sorry for Sebastian, to be honest with you. I just feel like honestly, like it's almost like the unwanted child by the Proudfoots, really, or the pain in the ass, the little R-tard, the idiot. I just honestly.
But why not just give him Seth then?
Right. Why?
I don't think that they could risk him telling the truth of what was going on in that home, because Christopher Proudfoot would have had no chance of getting Faith if they gave him to Seth and Sebastian started talking about what was going on in that home.
I think it's a compilation of it. Like the marriage is falling apart. They got to get the little monster Sebastian out of the home to have Faith. Probably Katie was freaking wishing for a daughter. I believe that Seth, personally, I'm just saying my thoughts here. I believe that Seth loves his son truly. Like truly loves his son and wanted custody. I honestly don't feel this. I don't know why, but I don't feel this bond that, like, the Proudfoots have kept saying things as if there's this fucking kumbaya family out there, when we know that, again, there's a lot of hidden skeletons in that closet, with Katie's drinking, alcoholism, how she would pee on the bed, become really volatile. Seth said, I'm just, like I said, even though I know that these are coming out of Seth's mouth, and there's two sides to a story in that, when you're just looking at it all and what makes sense of all this, it's just like I said, I don't know. I had a point there and it went off somewhere, but I find it hard to believe that my point was that this child Faith coming to the home and stuff like that. I feel like Katie just, I don't know what the fuck. I think that she, just wanted to be with Chris. She didn't want her marriage to fail. She was depressed, And I just feel like Sebastian was a pain in her ass. If anything, I just feel like Sebastian all around seemed to be a pain in their asses. And possibly, there has to be a reason for it, right? Because why wouldn't she just then say, Seth, here you go. Have a good day. Enjoy our child. Welcome, Faith. How are you? So there has to be.
I just want to clear up something Steffa says here, Sonny, real quick. She said Seth turned it down a year. Huh?
No way. Go on.
She said Seth turned it down the year before until Sebastian's behavior improved. Yeah. That is not what happened. Seth said what happened was he was supposed to have custody and that he was okay with that. But Sebastian's behavior improved, so Katie and him decided to leave him there until the next year. It wasn't until because his behavior improved, not until his behavior improved. Because he was supposed to be getting him because Katie couldn't handle him, but then his behavior improved, so they decided to leave him where he was at instead of switching him in the middle of the year. And Seth has even said if he knew how this was going to end, or if he knew what was going on in that home, he would have never sent him back.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just had to clear that up real quick.
Okay. 1 second. I think Charmaine got to get going. She said 8 o'clock. Charmaine, you got to go, don't you?
Yeah, like it's bedtime for me. It really is.
On there, yeah. Because I looked at the time here and I know it's 8:30 over there on there.
But I will be back in Slave Lake tomorrow with better internet. So if you need me again, let me know.
Okay, well. Okay, love you, girl.
It's been fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for
Hope
your
you feel
input.
better soon, Melissa. Bye. I'll be in chat.
So this is the third time.
Okay, thanks, Charmaine. Go ahead, Melissa.
I said, I hope so. This is the third time I've had pneumonia in 2 months. It's getting old.
That's not going to help. I can't preach it because that's when I quit smoking for a year. Yeah, on there. But yeah.
What's strange is I quit smoking with both of my pregnancies, cold turkey, not a problem. Yeah. Didn't mind it. And then a couple years ago, I quit for 9 months. And then 2 years ago, I quit for 4 months. And worst time ever. Like, people were handing me cigarettes so that I wouldn't go to jail because I have no patience if I don't have cigarettes. None. Steffa, we will just agree to disagree.
Can you take over with comments for a second there? My husband just brought me some soup and crackers and some cheese toast. Can you just take over the comments for a little bit? Just read whatever people are saying.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Let's see, where did you? So Scranton said Sebastian was talking too much to teachers and CBS. I can agree with that because, obviously he'd went to school and the school reported to CPS, so I can see where you would think that. Deborah, you said somebody said that Christopher Proudfoot said that the body isn't Sebastian a couple of days ago. I forgot the channel I heard it on, maybe Smiley. Okay, well, let me ask you this. If he said that right after this, how would he know? How would he know? Because law enforcement has even said they don't know. They don't even know the sex. They don't know if it was a man, a woman, a child, a teenager, an adult. They don't know. That was the last thing I heard. So if he is saying that it's not Sebastian, how do you know? Because you know where he's at, is how I would take that. But I just, Steffa, I don't want to fight. I know what was said. If you heard it a different way, that's fine. We will agree to disagree.
Which part was that about?
Because Melissa? He was reading. So when it was brought up that Seth was supposed to get Sebastian the year before, it was because Katie couldn't handle him. He was acting out. He was having issues. So she was going to send him to Seth. And Seth said that he was going to take him and switch schools and everything. But Sebastian's behavior improved. So they left him there. And he was supposed to come live with Seth, right? Essentially right after he disappeared.
Okay.
And that he was going to put him into basically this online type school.
Right.
So that he could get the therapy and stuff that he needed because he wasn't getting it. And I believe that Steffa took that a different way, that it was, his behavior. I don't know. I don't want to put words in her mouth. So anyway, that's what Seth said. That's how Seth explained him coming to live with him.
Okay. You know what?
Yes,
although I remember that, I don't remember it like verbatim or nothing like that. I do remember the conversation of that being talked about. So yeah, so I'm just gonna put myself and squeeze myself in between you and Steph on that one. On there.
Like I said, yeah. I'll just agree to disagree with her because I don't want to put words in her mouth, and I'm not going to try to make her think what I think. So we can just agree to disagree. We can have difference of opinions, and that's fine with me. Every time there's a tip, a sign, a clue, Christopher Proudfoot is the first to jump up and say it's not him. Yes, how does he know? Exactly. If you can sit there and tell me that that's not Sebastian, right? Okay, well then explain to me why law enforcement came out and said they couldn't tell if it was male, female, teenager, or adult or child. Tell me that. If you're now telling me, Christopher Proudfoot, that that's not Sebastian, you're telling me essentially you know it's not Sebastian because you know where Sebastian is. That's what you're telling me. Because even law enforcement can't determine the sex of that skeleton yet. And they're doing DNA. So, you know, I call bullcrap. I call bullcrap. You know where he's at if you're saying that. You know exactly where he's at so that way you feel comfortable in saying that it's not him. But you coming out and saying that before law enforcement says that just makes you look even more guilty. Because it makes it look like you know exactly where he's at, and that's how you can tell it. So, Seba, I'm not arguing. I just don't.
You're arguing. Come on, you know it. Poke the bear. Poke the bear. 1 sec.
Totally.
I got a Charmaine. You guys just gifted 5 memberships. So I just want to say who got those quickly. Let's see here. Deborah Dixon did. Kim G. Kim French. Sammy G, and Sherry Harper. So anyone that got a membership, thanks, Charmaine. Okay. So yeah, so that's from Charmaine, you guys. So again, then you can use the Sebastian hearts there. Thank you very much. And while we're on this, actually, Stephanie sent me, she bought me a taco yesterday on the Buy Me a Coffee app or whatever. So I want to make sure I give a special thank you to that as well. Because if my 1 second. Okay. It plays it 5 times because she gifted 5. Okay. But when my phone's not on on ring, because I usually don't when I'm working from home and stuff like that. So I didn't hear it ding or it go off. So when she had sent it, it was at 7:51, which was during the live. So yeah, so I just wanted to say that. So if my phone's on, I hear a ding, and then I go and kind of look at it going, oh, who's messaging me? But anyways, thank you, Charmaine. And then congrats to everyone that got one. Again, just, when Sebastian's hearts are there, whatever other emojis are there. And thank you for supporting the channel, Charmaine, and loving me more than you love Melissa or Steffa or anybody else for that matter. All right. Let me just go ahead. Did you have more thoughts to what you were going to say before?
So,
go ahead.
With Steffa, we're just going to agree to disagree, babe. I'm not going to argue with you. If that's how you see what was said, that's how you see what was said. I see it a different way. We will just agree to disagree on that particular point. And that's okay with me. You can have your feeling and I can have.
Why don't we go on Clumati's show and you guys can just fight it out? I feel like that's the spot for it. It's like the Jerry Springer of Sebastian. I feel like that channel itself is the Jerry Springer of Sebastian. Yeah. So if you guys could just go talk it out with your fists, that would be great. Throw chairs, doesn't matter. As long as it's not on this live. 69.
I don't know, Steffa. We got to get like the mud wrestling pit, and then we can fight it out in there. No, I'm just kidding.
Then you're going to start turning
like I said, we'll just
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't be turning Christopher Brown with that type of talk like that. Come on now. He's growing a boner a minute anytime a female. Like you could literally tell with Terry Lynn that, again, this is where the pompous ass and the narcissists come in. So didn't matter how much Terry Lynn was smack talking him and saying shit like, don't give me that shit about this and then whatever, da da da. You can just tell like he was growing, you know, like an inch every time that she talked like that. And it was just like it was so pathetic listening to it because he loves that stuff. You know, he's a womanizer, but God, do you have to be a loser at the same time? But anyways, he gets his rocks off on that stuff. I'm no word of a lie. You guys can tell, right? And it's just he's disgusting. It's like a pug-faced dog, you know. Maybe the one that said run over Nina should have, you know, maybe ran over his face on there or run over him. It just ugh. Okay, go on. Let's go back on track. Sorry, Christopher. Those were love notes that I was just putting out there about you. Don't worry about it. He probably, like I said, he probably is jerking off pretty much to me talking like that. He's probably going, oh God, I like you women that are so sassy and this and that. And that's probably why I likes Katie. She ain't no little meek thing. She's probably some sassy ass wife. That's what she is. And he's probably like, oh, but you know what? Your kid is getting in the way of us, Katie. We could have this, Katie, but your kid, you know, your little artard. Anyway, go on. I gotta eat some soup.
But I have to agree with Scranton here. You know, he does get triggered. That's the whole point that he got up on Elevated Truth is because they mentioned his truck was in the area. That is what triggered him to get up there. Not to get up there and talk about Sebastian or talk about finding him or anything like that. He just simply got triggered because somebody was talking about his truck being hooked to the Wi-Fi on the 25th, according to the geofencing. So, exactly.
Steffa.
Yeah, chat is definitely I'm behind in chat, yeah. So I don't white knight any of the parents. I only white knight. What does that mean? Huh? I don't know what you mean by that, Steffa.
That's just a thing between me and Steffa. You don't worry about that, okay? Go on, Melissa.
So, you can tell what kind of personality Edgar is. Yeah, very much so, very quickly. But I will say on other channels, he's a chameleon. That's what I'm gonna call him because he will get on these channels that baby him and pussyfoot around. Oh, you're such a good parent. You love him so much. And then he's all this nice and sweet, right? But when somebody calls him out on his lies, he's a dickhead. Like he shows his true colors when you call him out on a lie.
Oh yeah. He can't, you know, because he is a full-blown narcissist. You know, he doesn't try to like maybe he thinks he hides it, but he can't hide it because he's just a full-blown narcissist. All you have to do is trigger him. That's why on Mother's Day, when I messaged him that one day, I'd have to find it. And anyway, so he's like, you know, he's like, do you have a minute? And because I basically sent him a message going, basically, look, you know, you're basically a narcissist and all that shit. And basically, you know, said what I felt about him. And then I said, but hey, you know, I can't even remember what I even said. But honestly, so then he sends me back, this is on Mother's Day. And he's like, do you have a minute, right? So I was all preparing to, you know, talk with him on whatever. I was like, oh, yeah. I was in bed at the time because, you know, I was in my day off, I remember. And so I'm just like, oh, you know, he's going to try to take a strip out of me none, right? And I was all preparing myself. And then he's like, never mind. And then I was kind of like, you're right. It is Mother's Day. Fucker. I was just waiting to talk to him, to be honest with you. But then he was like, never mind. Almost like, yeah, I'm not going to get into it, you know? And I'm just like, no, get into it with me. Come on. You know, but he's a pussy.
See, my thing is, I would love for him to come on your live because I got questions I ain't afraid to ask. I'm not going to pussyfoot around and baby you and act like you're, the best person ever. But I will ask the questions that nobody else seems to want to ask. You're not going to answer them because your fallback is, law enforcement doesn't want me to talk about it.
Christopher, come out wherever you are, pussyfoot. Anyways,
but yeah, Scranton, that's because you're in my life.
Yeah, Scranton.
She's like, I don't see anybody else's chat. What is going on here?
Yeah, if you were in my chat on It's a Criming Shade, or yeah, then you'd see a lot of everybody else's chat. But she's just, of course, streaming it to her channel. But she only has a few viewers. Okay, she only has, how many viewers you got now?
71 last time I checked.
71. Yeah. See, come over to this channel. We're almost at 13,000. Just kidding. You can stay there. But if you want to see some action and other people's comments, yeah, you can go in both. Well, no, you can just come over here now because you've already given the view for that channel, so you're good. Yeah.
Sorry, 73 right now.
73.
But yeah, I mean, come on over here. Make sure you come subscribe to.
Yeah, come subscribe, then you can come back. Yeah. Okay. It would be really add, so obviously typo, if Chris had nothing to do with it, but there is simultaneously all of this name calling, CPS mistreatment, and etc. Definitely, possibly, but man, true enough, Sammy. True enough on that.
That's the thing. So much stuff comes back to him as well, but at the same time, I don't put so much into that he had something to do with it as much as he is covering up what happened. That's how I feel. I feel like he's covering it up. Not that he did it, but that he is helping her cover it up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like regardless if one person had anything to do with it, it's definitely Katie and the full meal deal. But it's striking because Chris admitted that, yeah, that the photos that Katie took of Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, that he's like, yeah, I'll tell you where they came to. They came to me. Okay. Okay, bitches on the thing. That's where they came to. I'm just like, thanks again for that little bit of tidbit, with that guy. But
and it wasn't him eating his food. It was a picture of him and not him eating his food.
There was two pictures. She took one while he was eating the food, and she took one straight on.
Yeah, he was talking about the one in that one live about where he was straight on.
Yeah, the first one was straight on, and the second one was like wolfing up food.
Even if you think about it like this, if he's covering for him, he's an accessory after the fact, right? If he knows about it and he's helping cover it up, that makes him an accessory to that, whatever happened. And
yeah, of course.
After the fact. So he could still be charged with being an accessory after the fact.
Yeah. Wait, is there love going on? I do bend and snap. Oh my God. They're on okay. Let me just tell you guys right here and now, just to be honest with you. There's some sleuths in our channel, aka sluts, in the form of Stuffa, Charmaine, Lacey, Miss Dog Lover for sure. Sharon Parker, not quite. She's kind of a halfy sleut. So anyways, we call them sleuths, okay? And they're the ones that go off on these little topics about bend and snap, whip and chain, Sibian horse. If you ever hear anything about a horse, yeah, leave the chat. No, but anyways. So anyway,
Sunny, I think don't I have to, so Sammy asked, do you have the view hours or do we need to help? So I think I have to have 1,000 subs and 4,000 view hours to be monetized, right?
Well, you can get partially monetized with, I believe it's 500 subs, and is it 1,000 view hours? because they came out with that last year. But to be truly monetized, it's 1,000 subs, 4,000 watch hours. Yeah. Even if you fall asleep to her, go ahead. You're just going to be listening to these lives.
Put it on loop and fall asleep to it. I'll sing you to sleep.
Ooh.
So okay. Scranton said, right, and there was an inconsistency in that story too. Katie Prophet said that she took it to show Sebastian was eating dressing on the salad for the first time. Christopher Prophet said it was to show he was eating all his food. You know, again, tomato, does why she sent the picture really matter? And to me, it doesn't. But again, why did she take the picture? That is what matters. Like, who she sent it to.
Last moments of Sebastian. Could be sending Chris Proudfoot. Hey, guess what? Our plan is coming to fruition. Snap, snap. Yeah, that type of shit.
Exactly. That's to me what it is. It's more of a to capture the last time that she was with him and all of that more than anything. You know, the rat, squirrels, chipmunks, cedron, on deer, antlers, and all kinds of bones. So there ain't no bones left right now. No, there'd be bones left. Definitely. Yeah. A unicorn. I don't want Sunny's channel banned, so I'm not going to inform you of what that is. But think of a tripod sandwich. But I mean, you know, like we said the other day, no matter where you go in this case or try to go in this case, it always leads back to the house in the story. So the key to this is there somewhere. Whether it's something Katie knows, whether it's something Christopher knows, no matter where you go, because you can't put Sebastian leaving the house on foot because the dogs didn't track him. You can't put somebody came up to his window because he didn't go out the window. He didn't go out any of the doors or he would have been seen on camera, right? So, which is like, no matter where you go, it's back to that house. And that's how I see it. Because there were too many he would have been seen. Like he just point blank. There was a camera pointed at their back door. There was a camera pointed at their front door. The same camera that was pointed at their back door caught their garage. And the same camera that pointed at the front door caught the garage. So area, the side area. So you can't, and they're saying he went out the front door, but he went out the front door with no shoes. And that doesn't make sense because that goes against what Sebastian did. And I have an autistic child, and his life patterns, his things that he does, his routine, it doesn't change. So Sebastian's routine was he would get out of bed and instantly put on his glasses. Sebastian's routine is if he were to go outside, he either had to have slippers or shoes. So you can't tell me he got up, put his glasses on and said, I'm going to go outside, but I'm not going to take my shoes. You can't, because I'm not going to believe that, because that goes against everything he did. That goes against his life pattern. So Sammy says there are some folks that think she was photographing bruises on the right side of his neck, that he allegedly had bruises and they couldn't risk him going to school. You know, I don't know about that one. We went over the bruises like a couple lives ago, and Sunny and I kind of disagree whether or not they're bruises or not, but possible, I guess. I mean, law enforcement themselves said they're not ruling anything out. They have no evidence of foul play, but nothing is ruled out. So neither is foul play. They don't. The parents are being cooperative, but nothing is ruled out, and they have not cleared anybody, and that came from Eric Craddock himself. Nothing is ruled out and nobody is cleared. Those are his exact words. So you can't tell, Christopher Proudfoot can't come over here and tell me that he's cleared when Eric Craddock, law enforcement, said straightforward, nobody is cleared and nothing is ruled out. So could it be foul play? Sure. And I hate to say it like this, and Seth, I'm sorry, I know this bugs you and you will say it, but Sebastian's body, when it is found, will tell us the story. All right, see ya when you get back, Scranton.
Hey. Maybe he's alive still. Shh. Has to be both, okay?
I mean, yeah, it's possible. Maybe she handed him off and somebody is hiding him, and maybe he is alive. But either way, when Sebastian is found, either Sebastian himself is going to verbally tell us what happened, or his body is going to tell us what happened. One of the two.
It's true that. Mm-hmm. Just so you know.
So what Sonny is showing? What, Sonny?
Yeah, no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
So what Sonny is showing, it's a crime timeline. I used some of this stuff for the document that I made. It goes into interviews, what the TBI has said, just gives different things, different things. It's actually kind of neat. I didn't know about it. I had seen it on another channel, and they were going over it, so I went to it because I was like, hey, what's this? And I knew I was making that timeline. So I went to it, and it does give somewhat of a timeline, I guess, in their versions. My idea of a timeline and everybody else's is way different, but
their times are off on stuff for sure. That's not actually accurate. Yeah. Yeah, like meaning, let me just go to it. Right. So as I was looking at it, Sebastian and Kay's found it had dinner. Okay, that one, where was it? 8:30 upon returning home, Sebastian took out the trash, right? Okay, well, whoever said 8 p.m.? It was never said at 8 p.m. If anything, it was more like right when they got home, he took out the trash. So I don't know where this 8 p.m. came from. Katie was on her phone at 10 p.m. Well, we all know it was 9:43 or 9:46 was what Christopher Proudfoot said. So don't be rounding up to 10 o'clock. You know, meaning if you're going to put a timeline, put the exact times.
Yeah, that's one thing that got me on this site was I was doing the research, and I would have a time that Seth said, or I would have a time that Katie and Chris had said, and then I would look at this and I'd be like, wait a minute, their shit is totally wrong. And some of them were off by hours, not just minutes. Some of it was off by an hour.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Click on this, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's informative. It gives the gist of everything. But I mean, Melissa has that in her file, right? Like, yes. Again, the Google
this
Docs.
Is linked multiple times in the file.
Yeah. So this right here is your holy grail, or pretty much a holy grail, on here, on this file, right? Again, we've dropped the document a couple times. It starts, way up here. Everything to the left, introducing the family, official flyers, etc. Okay. Tips, Sebastian Rogers, Wayne Drake Rogers, 911 dispatch calls, timelines with links, channels, interviews, everything like that. Which one do you know what? Just as I still try to finish my soup, which one should we watch? Like, just for a quick, kind of like a little bit of a break here from you talking. And
so why don't we go to Go down to, I think it's additional links, and we could watch maybe the landfill search one, because I know that has come up. There's the fire, and then the landfill search.
Okay, I think that's going to open up in a different window, though.
Yeah, I believe so.
Which it does, which sucks, but whatever. Now I just got to find where it went. I just wish that it would open up in the same window. And okay, let me just close off a few things that I don't need anymore.
Oh, I agree. It drives me nuts when it opens up in another. And then other times I'm glad it opens up in another window. I go back and forth.
No, but I just oh, there it is. Okay, it opens up right beside, I suppose. Oh, yeah. Okay.
But like the whole point of the document was just to give people the information, truthful information.
Well, you need to hush your mush right now.
Brendan Tierney has been digging for answers about where the investigation of Brendan goes from here.
Tracy and Marius, the Sumner County Sheriff says he still considers this to be a search and rescue effort, but the longer this goes without a solid lead, he's concerned that it will become a recovery operation. Detectives searching a Kentucky landfill say they did not find any evidence connected to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. The 15-year-old with autism was reported missing 12 days ago from his Hendersonville home. Sheriff Sonny Weatherford says there was no specific tip that led them to this Hopkins County dump. They just wanted to make sure they didn't miss any evidence. J.E. McMurtry Disposal handles trash for the Stafford Court neighborhood. The company says trucks were picking up between 5 and 6 a.m. Monday, between when Sebastian was last seen and reported missing. The garbage was taken to a transfer station, then by another company to the landfill. Sumner deputies worked with Kentucky State Police, Metro Police, and other specially trained agencies using dogs to search through the area. Trash was dumped last Monday. They did not find any new leads or information. And the sheriff says they are continuing to follow up on all tips that come in, including a couple of them today that did lead once again to dead ends. They are asking anyone with information to please contact the TBI.
All right, Brendan Tierney, thank you. Authorities.
There were a couple of spots in the document that I wish I could have added multiple links.
Not found any new evidence after searching a landfill for hours yesterday. WSMV's Brendan Tierney has been digging for answers about where the investigation of Brendan goes from here.
Tracy and
closing you off. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
We wanted to play again. Dang it.
Eh? What'd you say?
Where I want to be able to add multiple links, and so I'm working on trying to figure out how to do that in the document.
Yeah.
As far, because some of them, you know, one of them, the links, it straight up said it's the landfill, the guy that got the trash, and it says, you know, he said that the trash was heavy that day.
Right. What's another one? What's another one you want to watch? You know,
I'm trying to think which one Seth said the whole, it's under one of his interviews. Let me go and look and see if I can find it.
This case, so this guy's been up and coming. Let's watch this guy for a minute. One sec. Why is that thing so good? Why is that plane so big? One sec. I guess he saves it in a different way. Like what the heck? Sounds like freaking Garro. Wait, is that audio call? Okay, I'm gonna have to replay that. So this is the first time I'm actually hearing this. I've heard about it. I've never listened to it. So let's play this again.
So the things that a lot of people say,
I have no comment on that video at this particular time. That just sounds like a bunch of gerbil jabble. I'd actually have to put my headphones in, earbuds in tonight, and then try to
Katie Proudfoot
even makes
primarily.
any sense. But anyway, I've been watching
And
this
Chris,
quite a
you're
bit.
only telling us more and more.
You know, and a lot of people are starting
that we
to
were right
watch
in our
him.
first analysis. You're
Let's
doubling
watch
down
this
on
for a minute.
everything. You're again red flagging all the same areas that you cannot talk about. Wrongdoings, foul play. There's nothing to that. Nothing to what? What is there nothing to? Nothing to that. Also distancing. Not nothing to this or nothing to it, to that. Dismissing. This is not a statement that he has been vetted. As a matter of fact, this indicates he hasn't been. And he hasn't been cleared at all. If you had been vetted and you had been cleared, that would be something you would answer immediately, especially if you whine about the hate and the negativity. I don't know what these people are talking about. I was vetted. I was cleared. My wife has been vetted. She has been cleared. You would make this perfectly clear. No, I had nothing to do with the disappearance of my stepson, and neither did my wife, if you believe she didn't. But none of this is being said.
So that guy, sorry, let me go back to it. He has a few. His name is Mike Damon. I know I was kind of watching him before, but I noticed that people are starting to mention him now. You know, go check out his channel. I'll drop the link if you're not. Give him a subscribe. You know, it's interesting because it's like you know, when people, like I said, like profilers and stuff like that, when they're talking about these things, sometimes it just gives you insight that makes sense to what they're saying. Again, I take everything with a grain of salt and stuff like that. But I mean, you know, you can almost feel the anger coming through when it's just like the more he does these videos, the more it's like, Christopher Rodder, you liar, you piece of shit. Statement analysis. That's it. That's what I'm looking
for. So the audio that you played, I didn't put much stock in it. That's the audio. Remember, I said that there was audio supposedly from the Ring camera or the dash cam. We weren't sure, but I couldn't make anything out of it. That's what you just played. So if you can make something out of that, let me know, because I couldn't make jack squat out of it.
People make jack squat out of bullshit. It's like, you don't know how many times I've seen this where one of those box readers, you know, like the mystic box things or whatever, you know, the ones that the freaking dead people are talking from, those boxes.
Yeah, the like EVPs.
And then, you know, like I remember this one time, one of the creators said, "Can you make out what they're saying here?" And then you read down the comments, and it's amazing what people hear, and yet you're all hearing the same thing. And it's amazing what becomes of that. So to me, like I said, I'll listen to this later, just for entertainment purposes, really, of it. I can't see Katie and Chris talking to some Ring doorbell camera when they didn't have one. So what did they do then? Is that where that came from? Supposedly a Ring doorbell camera. that heard their voices or something?
One place said that one spot said that it was supposedly the Ring doorbell camera. Another spot posted the exact same thing and said it was from Katie's dash cam. It was the audio from there. So there's conflicting stories of where this audio came from, but I went ahead and put it in there. But
yeah, where did I find
couldn't
it
make
again?
anything out of it.
Where did I find it again?
I don't remember where.
Come on
the
now.
document.
It was
Additional links.
Yeah, and I clicked on one. You were telling me about something, and I clicked on it, and I think it's this one. Is it this one? Body. No, that's not it. What's that one about, actually? Oh, that's a helicopter. Fuck me. Hold on. I just played it, right? Did I close it off? 1 second. If I go back, did I drop that guy's link like I said I was going to do? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Yeah, you drop Mike's link. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Here. I'll drop the link. It's from it is from Mike Dammons. That's where it's from. Duh. Yeah, it's in the doc. But there you guys for whoever else. Don't be lazy and get that doc, okay? Oh yeah, and don't be lazy and hit that like button as well. Why? Because it's for Sebastian, not for me. It's for Sebastian Rogers. Almost 1 year to the date that he has disappeared. Hi, Kitty Cat. Just at start, but Shar, you think it's just part of the process and okay for the dentist to blatantly lie? Oh, you're talking about Delphi? To blatantly lie in motion to correct that RA had a lawyer at begin when he didn't, and the BS confession from oh yeah, okay, I'll let Charmaine answer that one on there. Let's hold on. Let's watch another. You know what? Let's watch another one of his. Let's do that. Obviously, as you can see, I'm subscribed. Videos. Let's watch. You know what? Let's go for an 8-minute one.
Hello everybody, I'm Mike the Man and welcome to my channel. In my last video, I combined two statements. One by Chris Bradford and another by his mama, Kathy Bowersox. So now I'm going to go over the extended statement from Sweetie Pilo's clip from her show that she has sent to me. And it is about the statement where Chris Bradford trashes his stepson, Sebastian, mercilessly. In my last video, I wanted to indicate what Sebastian may have been up against, not only in his house, but with the whole extended family of Chris Bradford, because it seems that, it's pretty obvious that Chris Bradford's mother, Kathy Bowersox, hates Sebastian. And I am saying that because there is a constant negative. Her language indicates it. Let me say it like this until I have time to get back to her, which I will, because she is
like your honey bun video.
An important part of this. Not as important as Katie, but Katie stopped talking and she has said very little. So we need to know, what do the Bowersoxes know? Her language is very important. And now I'm going to go a little bit back into this one part, including Sebastian likes to pee in his pants and defecate in his pants. Now, the audio I have posted before, guys.
Okay, wait.
I'm
going to stop it. Are you guys... Hold on. Stop screen. Whoops. I've closed some personal. 1 second. Are you guys talking about the one with the honey bun on it? That's 16 minutes. Let me see. Let's see here. Is it this one right here? Katie Proudfoot, they go to jail, so I don't. Is that the one you guys are talking about when you say the honey bun? Kim? Is that the one you're talking about? That one and the latest one. Okay, well, the latest one, that's way too long. That one's 51 minutes. That's too long. Was Chris Proudfoot actually vetted? I just want to know which one you're referring to when you say the honey bun one.
I think she's talking the one that actually has the honey bun as the thumbnail.
Well, there's two. There was one that was like a minute, and then there was one like that was like 16 minutes. So there's this one that's
probably the 16-minute one.
That's the audio.
Yeah, do
one.
the where it says Katie Proudfoot. That would be the one I would do.
As promised, here's part 2. And if you haven't done so, please watch part 1 before you watch this video.
For fuck's sake.
It is the last video I have posted
Part
on
one?
my channel. And
Don't
it's
worry.
called Chris Proudfoot Can't Condemn the So-Called Abductor.
Hey, Sunny, will you pause it for just a
The
second?
last video.
Yeah, I gotta find the one. Oh wait, did I accidentally close it off? Oh, hi. Hello.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'll explain part 1 real quick for everybody. So in part 1, he basically went over where Katie Proudfoot said that she hoped they go to jail so she doesn't, and he basically tells you don't fill in, or I will. And then he talks about how Christopher Proudfoot knew that didn't look good, so he changed the wording. There really wasn't a whole lot in part 1. So the one she's playing now is probably going to go over everything else that he went over in part 1.
Anyone?
Because part 1 didn't really have a, play that one. It didn't really have a
As promised, here's
point
part
to
2.
it.
And if you haven't done so, please watch part 1 before you watch this video. It is the last video I have posted on my channel. And it's called Chris Proudfoot Can't Condemn the So-Called Abductor. I stopped the last video because I ran out of space and the most important part was already featured. Katie interrupts Chris. The question was, what should happen to somebody to the abducted Sebastian? What should happen to that person? What does Katie interrupt with? I listened to this part several times, and her exact words were, they go to jail so I don't. I will post the quick exchange from that live that Chris and Katie were a part of, so you can listen to it yourself. And as always, if there's anything I may have missed, I invite you to please bring this to my attention. As I've said, I'm doing my best to get everything down, transcribed, word for word. Once in a while, I leave out something that doesn't, well, what I'm doing is at the end, I'm leaving out when it drops into general conversation about something else. This is exactly what she says. They go to jail, so I don't. And Chris comes back saying, Mom is saying she hopes they better go to jail. Who is said? The person asking talks about somebody. Chris makes it they. The question is who abducted Sebastian. He knows there's no abduction. The interviewer says if. The interviewer doubts, has at least some doubt in her own questions. And may I say, The interviewers are friendly towards them. This is very important to notice. I have stated previously that the Nancy Grace interview of Chris and Katie Proudfoot was one of the worst I have ever heard. And I want to also add something here. When you remember, for example, Dr. Phil, there is a pattern among people in the media, and I know that for a fact, that they bash the people that are not liked by the public. And at times, they protect people, not actively, but they hold back with people that the public believes are innocent. You can see that when Dr. Phil interviewed Burke Ramsey, and it was a clown show. He knows better. He says he is trained in deception detection. He's asking questions. What should happen to the person who did this? He asked a couple of people these questions on his shows. I used to watch his show. I like these shows about catfish, because, mind you, when you start out with statement analysis, when you're in the beginning, any kind of catfish email or message is really a great training ground to get used to how to detect deception. For example, when they claim they're in the United States and they refer to the USA as there, not here. You know what I mean? Or your country. If he's a guy who says, I'm American, I'm stuck in Nigeria, but he's communicating with somebody in the United States, a woman in the United States, and he says, your country, not our country, not my country. So those are great. Those are wonderful for getting a hang of things. Now, they better go to jail. So Nancy Grace, again, pushed them into the defensive. And she's not doing that necessarily because she is convinced that they're guilty. I have seen several cases where she bashed people that wound up being completely innocent. And I don't watch her show. I watch part of it. I watch excerpts here and there when they are brought to my attention. And I'm very thankful that since so many people, so many of you are watching this stuff, and I know you're not watching it forensically. Some of you are in university and you have videos on while you're doing your assignments. When I do something, I do it intensely. I either do it or I don't. So that's just my pattern. And I have a short attention span, which is actually very good for statement analysis. It helps me to prioritize. And I have said it before, there are analysts that know about analysis and they never pick out the right statements. They pick out something that doesn't lead us anywhere, even though you can tell somebody's deceptive, but they miss the best part. And like I've said, I'm thankful to those of you who have that sense of intuition and know how to bring forward something to me that doesn't sit right with you. That is why I always leave at Firetown on Twitter. Of course, you can also comment below. Now, they better go to jail. Chris is putting words into her mouth. You can say, well, Katie was going to say that, but she didn't. You can never say it for them. If they refuse to tell you something, do not say it for them. That's why it is important to look at the transcript. It is fine to listen to an interview, but we have a habit of assuming. It's almost like the Mandela effect. Well, she was going to say that. People in the 80s, they thought, 1987, I think it was, when they had the Wembley Arena concert for Nelson Mandela, who was in prison at the time still, at the age of 70. People assumed he would die in prison. And in their minds, they concluded this would happen. So when a few years later, this new president of South Africa rose up, and he looked clean cut. He was old. He did not look like a prisoner who was about to die. So people didn't have the ability, many of us, to make that connection between what we had seen years before or heard about years before and what we are presented with now. The Mandela effect, there have been books written about it. It is actually, the more you read, the less you know. Focus on the facts and learn how to pick out important parts. Otherwise, you tend to waste your time and do what everybody else is doing, meaning you let the verbiage of somebody trying to sell a book control you. And that is the same that happened in the John Benet Ramsey case. I was completely misled by the media narrative, and the media depends on what subject matters. They depend on the people and what subject matters are hot to them, what subject matters they want to discuss or hear discussed.
I tried to use it at 18 and it rejected it.
So now, let's move forward, people. I mean, look at it a little bit more. They go to jail, so I don't. I don't want to go to jail. That's what she's telling us. She doesn't want to go to jail. She wants them, whoever they are, to go to jail. Somebody different. That is her priority, staying out of jail. And her language reflects it. It's an embedded, not a confession, but an embedded admission. I don't want to go to jail. Chris actually, instinctively, notices that. They are a team. He is putting words into her mouth. Mom is saying she hoped they better go to jail. Now the interviewer, who's friendly with them, which is a good thing. Unlike Nancy Grace, they are not on the defensive, though there's a certain flow allowing Chris to speak freely. The interviewer says, I think they are blank, 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 needs to be passed through the jail like a honey bun. All right. So how would a guilty person react to something like that? If they're worried their blank, blank, blank will be passed through the jail like a honey bun. Well, I mean, he doesn't like that thought. Why would you care if somebody took your son and caused you the greatest agony you ever experienced? My goodness, it is normal for people to react in a way that they later apologize for, but they don't need to, because people understand what should happen in that to the person that hurt your child. This is not where you need to be composed and ask a legal advisor what you can say and what you can't say. You can make a threat. You can say, I want them dead. You can say all of these things and people will understand 100%. But he doesn't like the idea of being passed through the jail like a honey bun. Well, I mean, trust me. He wants you to trust him. That is very important for him. He's giving you all, he's going on all these lives because he wants your trust. He wants you to forget all the old statements, all the inconsistencies, all of the contradictions. And what do? You dilute it. You put out so many statements that you hope the older ones, the most significant ones, become just a small part, a small drop in the pool. And I don't understand why, as I've said before, I rarely watch other analysts because it's the easy way out to just focus on. Yeah. Anyways, the new interviews, I'm thankful that I have the right people bring them to my attention. I still love the older ones, but we are running out of the older ones unless somebody brings to my attention something I may have missed, which I hope is there. The 911, the non-emergency line call, I would be so interested in. They may actually reveal a location, more details, but I don't even know if it was recorded. Well, I mean, trust me, I have my own personal opinions, but, well, he's not talking about facts. What are personal opinions, okay, about what should happen? I'm sure you do. This is very personal to him. He does not want to. He does not want that. He doesn't want to go to jail. Especially he doesn't want to be passed through the jail like a honey bun. This is a personal thing. This person, I don't know who it is. I have not listened to that live. I only listened. Okay, Lauren from Facebook on Twitter. Wonderful work. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you have been bringing to my attention. You seem to have a natural gift of finding, or I don't even think it's a finding thing. I think it's just an intuitive thing where you look at or you listen to something and it just stands out. You don't always need to know what the details are, what they're deceptive about, but something just jumps out. I love it more than the ability to analyze, the natural ability to recognize when something is wrong. And not that many people have it. I had an email from one of you about, well, this is so obvious. Everybody can know. It's actually not. Most people don't. Most people listen to it and shut it out and say, well, they go to jail, so I don't. Well, she was going to say, no, listen to it. Listen to this. I will actually upload it on this channel as well. Listen to what she is saying. And she stopped. And Chris is finishing a sentence for her. So Katie then says, all I have to say is they better. I'm not sure if she said pray. I think she did. Pray they go to jail before I get my hands on them, and something like if they hurt my baby. My baby. I will get into this in a later video about how you address your child. My baby, helpless. How does she view him at this point? This was pretty much it, I think. The rest is shifting into a different discussion.
Okie on there.
So
Okay.
the one that has the honey bun that's like a minute long, I think, is the one that is the audio of what he just went over.
Like, okay. 1 second here. Okay, you're talking about video. This one here.
Have it.
Okay. 1 second. This one. Play. And again, this is the channel. Please go give him well, why does it pulling up that? Hold on, that's not what I wanted. Just give me one second here. Well, I'll go back to it after. I'll drop it in a minute. I'll just play this now first. Okay.
Individually, what do you all think should happen is to the person if somebody abducted Sebastian?
That is not for us to determine. That is, if somebody has Sebastian, all I'm going to say is that is nothing that we want to be a part of until that is legal. That is law enforcement agency. That has nothing to do with us. We just
they go to jail, so I don't.
Mom's saying she better hope they go to jail.
Well, I will say what I think should happen. I think that their ass needs to be passed around the jail like a goddamn honey bun.
Well, I mean, trust me, I have my own personal opinions, but
All I have to say is they better pray they go to jail before I get my hands on them if I find out someone's hurt my baby.
all I'm going to say is we have a legal system, and let them go through that aspect of it. And in the end, karma has a name. It will come around.
Yeah. Well, listen to that again.
Individually, what do you all think should happen is to the person if somebody
I remember
abducted
this.
Sebastian?
That is not for us to determine. That is, if somebody has Sebastian, all I'm going to say is that is nothing that we want to be a part of until that is legal. That is law enforcement agency. That has nothing to do with us. We just
They go to jail, so I don't.
Mom's saying she better hope they go to jail.
Well, I will say what I think should happen. I think that their ass needs to be passed around the jail like a goddamn honey bun.
Well, I mean, trust me, I have my own personal opinions, but
All I have to say is they better pray they go to jail before I get my hands on them if I find out someone's hurt my baby.
all I'm going to say is we have a legal system, and let them go through that aspect of it. And in the end, karma has a name. It will come around and show its face.
So, Sonny, something I took out of that, and he didn't mention it and speak on it, but Christopher Proudfoot stated that that's for basically the legal system. They want no part of it. You want no part of what? Figuring out what happened to your child? Like,
yeah.
I know he didn't pick up on that. Maybe he's done a video because he does a video almost daily about either Christopher or Katie. But that was something I picked up on that. He's like, we just want no part of it. And it's like, you want no part of what?
Yeah, I know. I remember that like this exactly once I reheard it again. And I remember that part, and I was like, wait, what? You know, like, I don't know. It just came off as I don't know, like Christopher, you know, trying to act like he's, I don't know how to explain that. It just came off almost like he was going, you know, like, yeah, you know what? We're just going to do the honorable thing here. And, you know, we're going to let the, you know, like them take care of that. And yeah, we don't want no part of that or whatever. And I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't want a part of it. It's fucking the kid, you know. Anyways, it just came off as
and that goes back to the whole,
about it, to be
that goes
honest
back to the whole behind the scenes thing.
Yeah. 1 second. Bag. Okay. You know what? I was gonna say, just last thoughts, because I'm gonna get off now, because I forgot I have to finish my save on order for tomorrow before the time checks out.
My last thoughts are just, you know, Sebastian, if you are out there, if you are alive, find out a way to contact your dad or contact 911. If you're not, lead us to your body, because we need to bring you home.
I truly hope he is, you know, like, I really do, of course, hope that Sebastian was hidden somewhere. I know that it's like unlikely that that's going to be the case, but I just want to hold that hope out, because there's something off here, and I'm not sure exactly what it is, of course, but, you know, I mean, obviously we don't want to come to find out that Sebastian's life was taken. So, like I said, I'll just, you know, keep holding out prayers for that. Don't forget that the walk is March 1st at the church. Can't think of what the name of the church is. Do I have it still? Just 1 second here. Where did I?
It was community something, I thought.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Let me just see if I have that. I'm not sure if I think I just showed it from my, yeah, I think I just showed it from the YouTube channel. Let me just see here. I think it was on the posts that it was. So yeah, here it is. Let me just show that. Oops, I gotta get on the right thing. Please join us as we ask for prayers and strength for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his loved ones, and most importantly, law enforcement in Sumner County. As we move toward the 1 year anniversary, we need all the strength and prayers and unity we can get. So Saturday, March 1st, 2025 at 2 p.m. And obviously I'm not on my right thing here. Oh, no, I am. How come I can't scroll? Why am I? Oh, I know. I got to click it. I got to click it bigger. There we go. At the Celebration of Life Church, 768 Forest Retreat Road, Hendersonville. So, of course, see, like, it's so hard to look at this child. You know, thanks, Irish girl. It's so hard to look at this child and just to think that something bad happened to him. Like, it's so hard with any of these cases. Elijah Vu, Harmony Montgomery, Abby and Libby, you know, on and on and on these cases. Evelyn Boswell there. It's just so hard to know that, you know, innocent children, something bad. I'm just praying with Sebastian's case that truly that they just hid him away, you know, had some family member, just like I said, take him away somewhere and deal with him. Somebody that, I don't know. It wouldn't go against the grain though if Katie, say, hypothetically, if Katie kind of wanted him out of the way, you know, for good type of idea. This case really bugs us. I know it does. It bugs all of us. You guys, before I did this live, I had spent from like 2:15 to 3:15. I was gonna take a nap, right? Got off work at 2. Just work from home today. And took a nap because I just needed a nap before going into tonight and stuff like that. I was quick Z's. But anyways, during while I was there, I had like this, like it was about my own son, but meaning it's obviously because of the Sebastian case, because what it was that I was having this nightmare of a dream, and we were at somebody's house, and it's like we were in the middle of a downtown kind of dirty area in a sense. But anyways, and so my son projected in this dream when he was like 5 or 6 years old, and he was sitting in the car, because he wanted to stay there. And then I was visiting, and then Matthew would come up, and then hey buddy, da 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 da, and then he went back out, and then all of a sudden, in my brain or during my dream, my nightmare, all of a sudden I go, oh my God, like where's my son? And so I quickly race out to the back, and he's not there. And I'm like yelling, Matthew, just yelling, like we're just freaking, right? Because at this point, I know something's wrong. Now, in this dream, my husband now, Steve, he's basically telling me, well, don't worry. The police have been called. They're going to meet us out front. And I don't care. I know something's wrong as a mother. And so I only have one child with my ex-husband. My husband has no idea what it's like to even be a father, because he does not want children and won't have children. And so he can't really relate. So in my nightmare of a dream, my husband keeps saying things to me like, oh, so, are we gonna, and I'm like, will you shut the fuck up? Like in my dream, because it's a nightmare. All I want to do is find my son, and you're not giving a shit as much as I am because it's not your freaking kid, So all you keep doing is asking me these stupid questions as I'm trying whatever. Anyways, it was a nightmare. I know they don't come off as if I'm saying it, but you guys, you wake up so heavy when you have nightmares, and you just feel like it was so real. And then all of a sudden my alarm went off. Actually, both alarms went off. One went off, they're going ding, 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 ding. The other one went off, ding, 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 ding. And I'm like, fuck you, fuck off. I'm hitting my alarms because I just come out of this. And thank God, right when those alarms went off, I realized it was a dream and, well, a nightmare, and I know that the relevance in that sense of that dream was just simply the fact of, Christopher Proudfoot being the stepfather who doesn't seem to give a fuck, and me though, I'm sitting there worried about my child, and Katie's not projecting that, maybe she thinks she is, but honestly, how could so many people be so off point on what we're seeing, right? It's a very rational way to think that what they're doing is not projecting the average normal person of what is considered natural and normal. Seth is, and we can feel that, see that. But with Katie and Christopher, we feel the total opposite. Most of us, not everyone in here, but you know what I'm saying. We feel the opposite there towards Chris and Katie. And all of us feel like there's so many things that are off. As a mother, as someone that loves their children, this is not what we'd ever want to see. Like I said before, if ever I had parents, Katie and Christopher, give me up for fucking adoption. Because honestly, what we've listened to so many times, and of course, Chris and Katie, they're not going to see their own shit. But in fact, they've really put out their own shit. And what we've seen and what sleuths have dug up and stuff like that, and this CPS report, it's like, I feel so bad for Sebastian. Because honestly, like, he should have been with his father, somebody that, I don't care what anyone says, that father is a single parent that has to work. He got 2 days, granted. He's not saying that he only seen him those 2 days for sure, but his days that he was scheduled for were every other weekend. If like, again, right? He has a job. There's 2 people versus one person. I mean, shit, I was staying home by myself when I was freaking 7 years old, and then people are going to be so judgmental on like a 15-year-old, 14, 15-year-old, just because he has autism, that somehow he becomes dumb and an idiot and can't help himself. But that's ridiculous. You know, they've said over and over again how smart he is, you know, that he loved to cook, loved to do these things. So it's not like this incapable child that's like, you know, mentally retarded or whatever you call it, and that can't help himself, you know, but people want to shade Seth on that part. And it's like, you know, you try being a single parent, because my twin sister was for a long time, having more kids than just one, you know, and to watch her always struggle and to try to always work things out, you know, Anyways, I think that there's just a far cry here, and it's pretty normal for us to think that what we're seeing is abnormal from the Proudfoots, and they can suck ass for all I care, to be honest with you, because even if they had nothing to do with it, they should hang their head down and walk the shame red carpet there, just for who they are as individuals, right? Like, I love my son so much, I'm gonna go to Yogi Park, you know, with my husband Chris 3 weeks after my son's disappeared, because he could just be everywhere and anywhere. Katie, you know, it's not because of the trolls. Like I said, there's this whole perception of someone that comes across to me is, I don't give a shit. Like, meaning, you know, it reminds me of, like I said, these other cases where they're pretending to help out Barry Morphew, look for your wife that you know you killed. But let's take everyone for fools. But the thing is like I said, those type of people, you know, they don't get by the smart ones. Sorry, they don't. Because like I said, when this many people notice the same thing, you know, and feel the same way, it's because it's not normal or natural. If it was, we would all be on their side going, you know what, we feel so bad for you, Katie. You know, you're doing the news, right? At the bare minimum, get your fucking ass on the news and start talking about your son. Your son, not our son, your son. This pisses me off. I just fucking walk the hall of shame for this one as a parent. Thanks again, Irish Girl, by the way, for that. Oh, I hope you're wrong on that, Cammie. Hope you're wrong. You know. Yeah, well, all I know is it's not even a dream. It was a nightmare, okay? But, you know, like I said, as parents, anything less than 100% in looking for your child, you know, we've seen true people care about trying to find. Look at Karina McClurkin's grandmother, you know, but look at some of these people that are truly just devastated. Seth is going to be that one. If nothing comes of this, he's going to be that one 5 years down the road, still fucking probably shedding a tear and just in complete, you know, devastation, and still doing lives, putting his son's name out there. Chris and Katie, you think so? Nope. You know, they're probably going to be with the Bower Sox vacationing 5 times a year, going, whew, yeah, you know, we're so smart, nobody caught on. Who knows? Anyways, that's my last thought, personally. And again, if you're not subscribed to Melissa here on American Justice Channel, or Charmaine on True Crime Story, and this Mike guy here, and whoever else, Jay for Justice, if you guys aren't, you know, just want to give credit where credit's due in that. And that guy, Mike, I think I like to listen to thoughts like that, right? I like it because I'm not a crime analyst, but I listen for words and stuff like that. But it's always good to like listen to people that are more experts in an area, you know, and get that you know, just get that other ear there that's helping you point out things in a sense. Because I mean, everything that he's going through, you can tell it's kind of like you can see the same thing, right? Someone that seems very rational, this guy Mike, you know, showing people like this word connect, like they're saying this and circling it and showing you and stuff like that. Again, another wise person. And you think this wise person has obviously picked up on the same cues as everybody else. Well, everyone else that understands that Chris and Katie's actions are strange, not the ones that kiss their ass, you know, and all that stuff. But anyways, thank you guys for being here. Thanks, Charmaine. Okay, well, we'll start with the Irish girl. Thank you for the super sticker. And Charmaine, thank you for the 5 memberships that people got. It's a crime and shame. You're so awesome and amazing. I would be your best friend, that's for sure. It's a crime and shame. And for the ones that got those 5 memberships as well. Melissa, thank you for joining us tonight. Feel better. You've talked a lot. Hopefully go take some more medicine. And other than that, we're out of here for tonight.
Yeah, I'm due for a breathing treatment.
Yes, you are. Yeah. You have that at home?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go get yourself some of that oxygen and whatever. And we'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Okay. Happy Valentine's Day, you guys. Who's ever lonely out there in the world, it's okay. Sunny loves you. Melissa loves you. Okay.
Just say your prayers for comfort if you pray for the German family and for the Williams family tonight, as today is 8 years that the girls went missing, and we believe they were murdered on the 13th as well. So
yeah, absolutely. Okay, guys, have a great night. And I guess let's see here. We'll play Sebastian on the way out. Good night, guys. Thank you. Oh, my bad. I meant to take down the thing. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry.